Welcome. This is the Jordan School District Board of Education meeting. Today is May 9th, 2023. And today we have study session and a closed session. We are at the JTC South building and we have 6 board members present. Mr. Dunford's on his way. We are going to start out with a closed session tonight. We are going to do a hard stop though at 5:30. So if you're listening or watching or going to join us, we are planning to discuss our closed session items, and if whatever we don't finish, we'll go into closed session later in the night to finish up, so that people can just have a set time that they know we'll be opening up again. That'll be 5:30. So can I get a motion to go into closed session?
I move that we go into closed session for character and competence of individuals or personnel, property, potential litigation, negotiations, and security.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Ms. Dean and a second by Ms. Richards. I'll do a roll call vote. All in favor of going into closed session, say aye. Mr. Barnett.
Aye.
Ms. Dean.
Aye.
Ms. Richards.
Yes, aye.
Ms. George.
Aye.
Mr. Robinson.
Aye.
And I am aye. So we will now go into closed session. Welcome to our study session. This is the Jordan School District Board of Education. It's May 9th, 2023. We appreciate your patience while we were in closed session. We are at the JTC South Building. We have all 7 board members present, and we have a lot of items on our agenda tonight. So we will try to move through as efficiently as we can. We're going to start with a review of child nutrition meal charges. So we'll have Mr. Larson start out with that, and then if Mr. Thomas and Ms. Bastian want to join us, may come to the table.
Thank you, board members. Tonight, Director Katie Bastian of the Nutrition Services Department and I have some slides. We want to show you some data, and of course Scott Thomas oversees all this as well. So I think I'll turn it over to Director Bastian, and then I'll probably chime in a little later.
Hey, can you guys hear me? Thank you everyone tonight. As John said, I'm Katie Bastian. I'm the Director of Nutrition Services. The purpose of this presentation is just to provide you with nutrition about, or with information about the Nutrition Services Department and where we're at financially, and our proposal to increase meal prices next year. And also just want to put a big thank you to John Larson and the accounting department. They have put an immense amount of time gathering data and calculation and models to have information to support this presentation and give you guys an accurate representation of where we are. So to start out with, the last time prices were increased for the Nutrition Services Department for our meals was 14 years ago in the 2009-2010 school year. At that time, breakfasts were raised by 10 cents and lunches were raised by a quarter. Adult breakfasts were raised by 40 cents. Adult lunches were raised by 50 cents. Over the years, and since that time, as you would guess, we have seen some inflation over approximately 30% in the 14 years. So
This is really phenomenal. I mean, that it's been 14 years since we've done an increase. I mean, that deserves huge kudos.
it is.
My grocery budget has definitely increased.
Yeah,
in 14
it's
years.
not a surprise, that's for sure.
I don't
So
know how you've done it.
it's, I can't take all the credit. It's been a lot of work, Jana before me, to manage it and tighten up the belt years when we needed to. So as you can see, we've had lots of inflation and increase in our prices of our food. And then as far as increase in our labor, those are our 2 major costs, food and labor. And of course we see a cost on our labor, so it was important to bring out the non-student educator days when our contract employees are working, but there's no revenue being made because students are fed. So some examples of those days are the professional development days, the health and wellness days, and the snow days, which we've had an unprecedented 3 this year. But every time we have one of those days, it costs the program about $125,000 in lost revenue of meals, over 30,000 meals being served. On those days, employees still work. Those contract employees do. They prepare items for the future, clean, catch up, do their inventory, training, and then health and wellness activities. So, as we are right now, with COVID, we saw a huge influx of subsidies. All the meals were free, and we were receiving the highest reimbursement for all those students. And we obviously had more participation because of meals being free. But also with COVID, it makes it really hard to follow trend analysis and projections. Nevertheless, we've come up with a few models to project where our loss is going to be this year. The models indicate that we could, in the best case scenario, be about $1.9 million loss. Worst case scenario is looking at about a $4.9 million loss, with the current best guess at a $3 million loss. This loss was anticipated last year. We do have a fund balance, which John will talk about later in the slides. It was anticipated that the department would lose some money where we were holding off and giving the patrons and families in our district a year to recoup after being on free meal before we looked at raising lunch prices. Now, just a little bit of information about our reimbursements. So this year, as you can see on the slide, our reimbursement, the federal government gives us a small reimbursement for paid students, free students, and reduced students. There is a base price that we're reimbursed per meal. However, this year there was legislation that was enacted that allowed us to run on a temporary increased reimbursement. So we got that additional 15 and 40 cents per meal. Next year, currently that ends June 30th, so that temporary reimbursement will be gone for next year. So next year we will just be set at our base price, which you can see there, which is showing the loss of the temporary increase that we had this year. We hope and anticipate that that base price will increase, but really the big question is, there's legislation in Congress to either continue the temporary increased rate, or we're hoping just permanently increase the base rate. And it does, the base rate does increase each year, but it's usually about a year behind in inflation. So the big question is, what do we assume reimbursement rates are going to be next year, which we don't know yet. And we don't know anything about the legislation about the temporary reimbursement being added to the base. So that's a big question mark we're dealing with. Something we do know, oh, sorry, John, I haven't been telling you. Next slide, the adult meal prices. What we do know is an adult paid lunch in our district is $3.30, and that's what it is currently without any price increase. And we do know that adults are paying, they have to pay enough money to cover the direct cost of their meal, meaning the actual food and labor to make the meal. That's part of our federal regulations that adult meals are not subsidized with the federal funds from students' reimbursable meals. So the direct cost of our meal for this fiscal year is $371, and the total meal cost when you figure in our other expenditures is $402. Next slide. This is a really great table. We have gathered data and information from the districts surrounding us. And as you can see on the left, it shows the different meals that we serve: the elementary breakfast, lunch, secondary breakfast, lunch, adult breakfast, and lunch. And then, excuse me, across the top, you can see the different districts that are neighboring us. You can see the non-JSD average and then how we differ currently. This is this year. The one down by the adult breakfast and lunch indicates that this is also the price for a second meal. So the federal government will reimburse each student one breakfast and one lunch. If high school students want to buy a second meal, they need to pay the adult meal price to cover, again, the food and the labor for the meal. The two next to the districts at the top indicates they are proposing a increase for this next fiscal year. And we did never hear back from one of the districts. So as you kind of take a look at that, you can follow the prices across the graph and see, you know, we are on a little bit of the low side. And that moves on to the next slide of the recommended meal price increases. After, like I said, much calculation and data and models, our prices currently are 80 cents for elementary breakfast, $1.75 for elementary lunch, $1 for secondary breakfast, $2 for secondary lunch. An adult breakfast is $2 and adult lunch is $3.30. So we are proposing an increase of 25 cents across the board for all student meals, and 50 cents for adult breakfasts and 80 cents for adult lunches. All of our models showed that with this increase, there's several things. It will minimize the loss that we're seeing. It's not going to 100% cover the loss that we're seeing, but it's going to slow it down. Also, it's going to help provide a buffer till we know more what's going to happen with reimbursement rates and really the future of our program. this increase also puts us really, you'll see on the next slide when we compare it to other districts, puts us really in line with a lot of the other districts around us. And also, we feel like it's a marginal increase that will help bring in revenue, but we always have to factor in participation. Anytime that you are going to increase prices, you're always going to see a decrease in participation, number of students eating with us. So you have to be careful and take that into account, not to go too high or too quickly. So with that proposed
Question
increase.
on that.
Yeah.
What do you anticipate the loss of participation would be? I mean, it doesn't, 25 cents a day doesn't seem like it would scare too many people off.
Right. And that's hard to say since we haven't had the last price increase was before I was with the district. We guesstimated a 5% loss, and it'll show later on in the slides what that will do as far as decreasing revenue with that loss. So we based it off of about 5%. But I think when we went from free meals back to free, reduced, and paid this last year, we did see a drop of about that much. So I thought that might be a good indicator to start with. So, and then with that increase, you can see what the proposed prices will be for this next fiscal year. When you go to the next slide, there's that graph again, and it shows with everyone's price increases in place what fiscal year 24 will look like next year. So you can see the non-JSD average, and really the JSD difference over on the far right side is very small. And so you can kind of look at that for a minute and see when you follow our prices across the board, they're pretty middle of the road. They're not the very lowest and they're not the very highest either. So any questions about that? Okay. And then this brings up what you talked about with participation. Next slide, please. Impact of changes. If prices increase as indicated, we calculate a change of an increased revenue. Raising 25 cents will just affect the paid students. The reduced students will remain at the 40 cents. We don't change that. So that will bring in a revenue of $970,000. We will see decreased revenues of $600,000 due to a drop in overall participation, as well as we'll have decreased expenditures. So that will give us a net decrease of $360,000. So the net impact for fiscal year 24 shows us that we could have a potential loss with the federal subsidies, the reimbursement rates up to $1.4 million. We'll have a local price increase if we move forward with the proposed price increases of $970,000, and then subtracting off the participation loss of $360,000 equals an additional loss for fiscal year of about $790,000. And then at this time, I'm going to turn the time over to John to talk a little bit about our fund balance, where we are with that, and kind of what the scenarios look like for our financials in the next couple of years.
So we ended the year last year in the Nutrition Services Fund with a very, very strong fund balance of $19.8 million, which is significant. And like Katie was talking about, that's during COVID, the federal government was providing a substantial reimbursement to provide meals for students. So that came through very strong. This year, with the loss of between $1.9 million and $4.9 million, and then next year a potential loss, additional loss of $790,000. And remember, that's with that big question mark on the federal government. What are they going to do? Which I think a lot of people in the nation are kind of curious about that too. What are they going to do? Because it's a little bit of a stalemate about what they're going to do with expenditures there. But an additional $790,000. Keep in mind that the target fund balance for next year looks like that's going to be about $9 million. It's 33% is the target that we try to keep with Nutrition Services Fund. So we do have a higher than our target balance, certainly at the current time. So let's take a look at some scenarios. This first one is the worst case scenario. If we lost that full 4.9 million, and if the federal government eliminated or reduced those reimbursement rates, and then you can see the same price increase and participation changes that Katie had talked about, and then the loss per year, and then the fund balance where that would end up being. We believe this is the worst case scenario. So this does look dismal, but here's the best case scenario, much better. $1.9 million loss for the current year. And let's assume for the best case scenario that the federal government does keep the reimbursement rates as they are in the current year. Then you still have the price increase, the participation changes. So that would be the 1.9 million loss this year, and then we would calculate a $1.3 million loss going forward from there, which would slowly bring down that fund balance. So between the worst and the best, of course, is the best guess. So here's the best guess where we had earlier that $3 million figure of where we thought that would end up being. And then the federal government, what if they did half of that? Which I think is fairly reasonable to assume that the federal government's not just going to take it away. I think that there would probably be something there. So a loss of $700,000 instead of the 1.4 in the federal revenue. And then you have those same price increase and participation changes would bring an ongoing loss of about that $3.1 million. And you see that brings down the fund balance nicely over a few years, keeping in mind that target of $9 million, which is a current target. Of course, that target changes as the expenditures change. So to summarize, the recommendation is about a 25-cent increase for the student meals, a 50-cent increase for the adult breakfast, and 80 cents for the adult lunches. But like Katie mentioned earlier, we really need to have an increase of the adult lunches to be 50 cents this year, for next year rather, in order for us to be compliant with the federal regulations on adult lunch pricing. And then of course we will continue to watch this like we would any year and just see where things go, and if a further tweak is needed or a pause or just what comes up in the future.
That loss of participation amount, I'm guessing that's only labor, right? Because food obviously is less participation. We're not still spending money on food. Is that just labor?
So I'll use this one here. The less the cost of participation right here would be that food costs.
Okay.
So we're counting in that there would be some benefit on that 5% loss of participation, that there's going to be less food. So there's trying to net that out as well.
So fewer people buy lunch, but we need less material to make the lunches.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But it's also, like, unfortunately, people don't write in and say, I'm not having school lunch next week on Thursday, right? So it's a settling into how much food you prepare, right? If it's in flux.
Yes.
So
Definitely.
And did you calculate that everyone will still eat on macaroni and cheese day?
Yes.
Because that I won't miss it again.
Yeah. Yeah. Our managers are really good at forecasting. Of course, even moving from free meals to having meals be paid this past year was a big change, but they are really good at forecasting, and a lot of the elementary schools still turn in numbers also of who's planning to eat what. So
that's just that morning, right?
Right. Yes.
Can you change at that point how much you prepare or order? I guess
Maybe not how much you order, but how much you prepare, which would affect how much waste you have. So
come from? Where does the money come from to pay the employees and to buy the food? Is that given to us by the state? Is it part of the WPU? Is it
It's federal dollars.
all federal?
All federal, although the state does have a reimbursement as well, a small reimbursement that the state chooses with liquor tax. But the program is a federal program. So most of that money comes from federal dollars, and it's the same reimbursement rates across the nation. So
The rest comes from the parents. I know because I pay it every week.
exactly, and we're a district that has a relatively low free and reduced percentage. I think the last time we checked, it was like 19%. So the majority of our district is a paid district.
Yeah, that's Bryce brings up a good point. I think is that I like about this program is that it's paid at least in part by the people who are using it,
Mm-hmm.
rather
Kind of
than
like school fees.
it's a use fee type of a thing. Yeah, rather than charging the tax base for lunches, it's charging the people who are using that service. So yeah, I like that aspect of it.
I have had a lot of people ask me what would it cost the district if we did free lunch. I think Ogden and Logan do it.
It would be
A lot.
a lot.
Ogden and Logan
Should I
have
just
a
tell-
high percentage.
tell 'em
Ogden
free
and
and
A free and
Logan
reduced, high percentage.
are
Yeah.
using a community eligibility-based provision, meaning that if over a certain percent of their district, I think it's maybe 60% qualifies for free and reduced, then they can run a free meal program and they know that they have to cover the cost. So the community, they call it CEP, Community Eligibility Provision, works well for districts that have a high free and reduced percentage.
That's very helpful to know. Thank you. The second question I had is, what's our uncollectibles? Has that gone up dramatically since COVID? Because so many people were,
Student deficits? is
yeah,
that-
student deficits or
Yes,
whatever.
Was it 95,000? I think the.
What's
yes.
that compared to pre-COVID?
Oh,
Just off the top of your head, you
I was
don't.
gonna say, I don't know. I wasn't
It's
the
yeah,
director at that time.
quite a bit more. My memory of pre-COVID was around 15,000.
Okay.
Yeah, people just don't want to pay for their meals, or they can't, or they think someone else will pay for their meals.
Well, it's been
Or they're
3
like me, I
years.
just forgot.
It's been 3 years, and I think a lot of parents.
We just got out of practice.
You have a lot of students, for example, in elementary school that never paid for a meal until boom this year.
And what do we do with people who have never paid? I know, like graduation, you'd have to pay to get your diploma. Is that correct?
Mm-mm. No, we can't hold it against
law,
the
you
students.
Oh, you can't hold it against the
No,
student?
No, we have the district approved deficit guidelines, and those are just that when the principal is responsible for the deficits at their school, and as seniors graduate, they have to try and collect that money or pay the students leaving their school or those inactive students.
Okay, thank you.
Wait a minute, I didn't, help me understand this. If someone doesn't pay, someone's supposed to pay, someone doesn't qualify for free or reduced, they're supposed to be paying for their lunches
For bringing their own.
or bringing their own, and they don't pay, we don't ever get that money? Or,
It falls on the shoulders of the school.
So we try, the school will work with the parents all along the way.
Get
To
payment.
Work
Try
with the
to-
parents, meaning communicate with the parents.
Yeah. And encourage.
We won't turn a kid away.
And occasionally, nice people
There
come
may
along
be a
and pay it
reduced
too,
lunch,
right?
But we won't.
And we're not doing any alternative meals at this. So every student gets a full meal,
Full meal.
every day.
We do have some generous community members that will come in and pay off all the debts in a school on occasion.
I've heard of that before too.
Nice.
I'm wondering though, I'm not suggesting that we turn people away, a student. I'm just wondering what message we're sending to students that they can just come and get a free lunch that they're supposed to, or their parents are supposed to pay for, and they're not paying for it. That's just it seems a little strange to me. It seems like a kind of a weird message to be sending to a student.
And we feel like that message needs to go to parents who are responsible to pay, not to a child who would have to be shamed in front of his peers or sit without a meal if we did anything different. I don't know how we approach it differently with parents, but I hope that we would take the approach of parents.
We send out financial statements frequently. We're in constant contact with parents who have a fee to pay.
I hope the message is that we will feed you to the kids, you know, that
Mm-hmm.
we'll feed you at school.
Thank you.
I have a question on the increase for adult lunches. What's the thought process behind doing the 50% increase, which we need to do, and upping that to 80 cents?
So we have to be able to at least cover the direct cost, which is the $3.71. But the 80 cents puts us in a better place because we're still technically subsidizing it with the total cost of the meal and all of our expenditures. Anything else?
Oh, that's perfect. So the idea, and plus this is current year data, not next year's data. So the idea is that try and get that high enough that we're not subsidizing so much on the adult meals, and in a better position to be compliant for next year, not just on this year's data.
Are there any other questions? What's our next step as a board? I'm assuming this is something we would need to vote on, or is this something we include in the budget?
We could do either one. If you wanted to have a separate vote on it, we could do that. This could just be part of the budget hearing and we could have a separate motion at that time as part of the budget hearing if you desired. Currently, unless the board directs me differently, this is what we'll be working into the budget for presentation to the board. And so if you could just pass the budget as well, because that will be part of the budget presentation. But if you want to have a separate vote at the budget hearing for it, we could do that.
I'd like to see a separate line item and be very clear with the public. Yes, we're doing this and here's the rationale behind it, and it will be included as part of our budget. But I'd like to see it as a separate line item
At the budget hearing or like in the May meeting?
at our next meeting.
So a vote in our next meeting in May, ahead of the budget hearing in June. I do think this is something that parents will be very interested in.
And I think it's something that it's appropriate for us to give as much prior notice on as possible. So that families can prepare.
Is everyone okay with a vote at our next meeting? Mr. Dunford, do you think just having it on our agenda is enough, or any thoughts on other notifications that may need to go out?
Oh, I think a separate line item on our agenda is enough.
Somehow we need to notify though, after the budget, or at some point we need to notify, I think.
Vote for it next week. We could notify after next week.
Yeah.
Or sorry, 2 weeks.
Registration
It
materials.
would be in the
usually.
registration packet.
That would be
Yeah.
good.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, all of our website and online menus would indicate the price change.
Okay, let's go ahead and add this to the agenda in 2 weeks.
Now we start the 14-year clock all over again.
Can I also,
You saw his best case scenario, worst case scenario, where it won't be 14 years.
won't be 14 years.
So
Can I also add that Katie,
2037.
we're very fortunate to have Katie. She does a tremendous job.
Yes.
And not just on the price, on every aspect of nutrition services. And she has a large team of incredible people who do a wonderful job. During COVID, everyone had their job changed except nutrition services, who had to keep doing their job every day. And they had to, it did change. It got more difficult because it was to go and everything else. Everyone else, your job kind of, You know, we're not providing the same level of service. We're not doing the same things necessarily. And, you know, we're adapting nutrition services. There were meals every day, no stopping it. And more meals in the summer. And they just, if anyone didn't get a rest, it was nutrition services. And we really appreciate them.
Yeah, they're amazing.
And Monday is the last day for macaroni and cheese this year. So just so you know.
Katie,
Any schools want me to visit, let me know.
I just want to say to Katie, you had incredibly large shoes to fill, and fill them well.
Oh,
You have.
Thank you. Thank you. I definitely agree. It's an amazing department, and it's an amazing school district, and it's been ran in such a way that I'm so proud to be a part of it. Definitely. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank
And
you.
please tell all of your staff thank you. Very much appreciated. Thank you. Our next agenda item is a review of purchasing procedures. We'll have Mr. Larson and then Mr. Kurt Prusy if you'd like to join us.
So Kurt, are you gonna plug in there? All right, thank you. Board members, Kurt Prusy, Director of Purchasing and Warehouse, is with us to share some information on purchasing rules and just different options and things that are available, so that sometimes there's these acronyms that are thrown out, and want to just be sure that everybody knows what they are and has an opportunity to maybe ask some questions or learn a little bit about the purchasing process and what all of those acronyms mean. So I'll let Director Prusy.
Thank you. Appreciate the time, and I know it's precious, so I'll be as brief as I can, but I'll also be open to any questions or comments as well. But if I go fast and you want me to go fast, great. If you want me to slow down, I'll slow down. So first off, we are a government agency or a government entity that relies on taxpayer funds. And so taxpayer funds are then required, basically, to be spent in different ways. And so we are bound by code, the Utah State Code. All entities in the state of Utah, all government-owned agencies have to follow a procurement code. We also are subject to a rule. We actually adopted that. The Board of Education has adopted the rule. The Utah Administrative Rule R33 is several pages. The way they've written the code and the rules is they're in conjunction with one another. They did that a few years ago where they took the code and an associated rule as a clarification. Then we're also subject to our own district purchasing policies, and that's something that the Board of Education adopts and supports. And we did a rewrite a few years ago, taking it from about 20 pages to about 5 pages, and basically saying we follow the code, we adopted the rules and follow the rules. Here's some exceptions, and so there's a few pages of exceptions where we're more restrictive in our purchasing than the state does. So usually that means smaller dollar amounts instead of larger. And then we also have the procedures, which the policies refer to procedures, and those are found in the Jordan School District Financial Accounting Manual. And we can change those, and we do according to different needs and things like that. And so the purpose of the code, I'm going to just go real briefly over this, is this came in, and this can be found in the code, one of the first couple pages, and that's to simplify and clarify and modernize the law governing procurement by the state. And I put in there the district. So really it was, that's the goal, is to simplify law. And I think you're all familiar with how complicated law can be with all the bills that come every single year. And procurement is, we try to have it simplified. It's also to ensure fair and equitable treatment of all persons involved in the procurement system, and then to provide increased economy we want to save money. Obviously, that's not only are we complying with law, we want to save money, and that's instilled in the code. And then we also want to foster effective broad-based competition, which again helps save money. It includes a lot of different sources, and it's part of the free enterprise system, which we enjoy. So right now, I want to really focus in on some of the standard procurement methods. As a Board of Education, you receive, and here's the term I'm going to use in quotes, bids. You get bids every month. And I do want to just, and it's fine to use that terminology, but I also want to let you know that there is a difference between, say, a bid, a quote, a proposal, an RFP, statement of qualifications, SOQ, and then multi-step bid. So I'll go over those briefly. Then one other item is the request for information, and I'm not going to go over that unless you really want me to. But those are all listed in the Utah Procurement Code as standard procurement methods. So we can choose from any of these methods to get the goods, services, and products that we need in the district. So the first one is very simple. So it's quotes. You hear that sometimes. There's a request for quote, and those are used for any purchases under $50,000. They can be written, they can be verbal, they can be internet, they can be found on a website. Those quotes are pretty broad and doesn't have a lot of requirements other than who's it from, who did you talk to, where did you get the quote, and when did you get it. And so those things are important. And then that is basically the lowest cost quote meeting, this is important, meeting the minimum specifications and requirements wins. So very simple, very simple. It's everything being equal, apples being an apple, whoever's lowest price, they get the award, okay? And then we have some purchasing levels. This is found in the accounting manual, and these are levels that we recently changed probably 2-3 years ago to raise them up because of inflation. And you can just look at those. There's levels for under 5,000 where it only requires one quote. Level 2 is from 5,000 to 15,000. Anything over 15,000, the purchasing gets involved and either reviews the quotes that have been provided or we'll go out and get the quotes. And then anything over 50,000 is required by law to be solicited in an official capacity, whether that's a bid, whether that's a statement of qualifications, whether that's a RFP, a lot of different mechanisms we can do using those standard procurement methods. But that does need to be done by purchasing because we know the rules, we know how to do those things. And then obviously anything over 80,000, the Board of Education gets to see those and approve those. And then 150,000 for anything construction. And that's all outlined in your policy. Okay, so the big thing about, okay, what bids are we going to see today? Well, what a bid really is, it's...
Can I back up? Just
Yeah, you bet.
Can you go back one slide real
You
quick?
bet.
So anything under 80,000 doesn't come to the board.
Correct.
But I'm assuming whoever is requesting something less than 80,000, they're still constrained by their budgets,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay. They have a certain amount of money they've been allocated, and they can kind of choose how to use that. And as long as it's under 80,000 and they're within budget.
Yep.
Okay.
Great point. Good clarification. Okay, so an invitation for bid or an IFB is used for solicitations where requirements are well defined and they're detailed, and they're required to bid when over 50,000, like I mentioned. So a formal solicitation then needs to happen, and that goes through the purchasing department. I'm not going to go through all the rules of it, but it's basically their official written documents. They have to be published to the public, and we do it a couple different ways. One, we use a site called Periscope Holdings. They acquired BidSync, so we advertise almost everything on BidSync. Used to be on the advertise in the paper and those types of things, but now we're in the digital age and we can do that a lot easier through that way. Public openings may be offered. We haven't done a public opening for a while, but as soon as I open up the bid in Periscope, any bidder that has, or anybody in the public can now look at those bids. And I can limit what they can see, or I can let them see everything type of thing. So, but the bid must be posted a minimum of 7 days. And that's one of the requirements. And then again, very similar to a quote, if we have very good specifications and it's outlined on what we actually need, timelines, contract lengths, or those types of things, it's apples being apples, the lowest cost price, meeting the minimum specifications and requirements wins. And that's what a bid is the lowest bid. So, any questions on that? Okay. So next would be a request for proposal. We bring a lot of requests for proposals, and a lot of times they're just referred to as bids. But there's a process going through there where we don't have necessarily good specifications or well-defined specifications. We have a problem in the district, and we ask the community out there, how can they solve it? And we give them parameters. We give them the ability to be scored. And there's a technical portion, and there's a cost portion. And we treat those very separately and very different. In fact, the people on the committee, and I think many of you have done an RFP, sit in the committee and look at the technical aspects of things and score them. And these are all published, so when a firm or a vendor comes in to respond, they know how they'll be graded or scored. And so there is an evaluation. We have to have at least 3 members. We can have as many as we want after that. But those two elements combined, the technical portion and the cost portion combined, will dictate who the winner is. And it's usually the highest scoring. Many cases, very few cases is it something that might be different, where it might be the highest scoring, but it's not in budget. And so we maybe have to go to the next highest scoring because it is in the budget. So that's some of the things that we have a little bit of discretion in that respect, but we always work with the asking department or school to be part of that evaluation. Okay. So it's an RFP doesn't always mean it's the cheapest, but we like to say it's the best value. It has the best advantages and benefits to the district, all things being compared equally and fairly. Statement of qualifications, I think you've heard of that before, and that's maybe one of the reasons why I'm here today is an SOQ. We do SOQs quite a bit with design services for architects and engineers. The code actually outlines the fact that we cannot select an architect or an engineer based upon price. You can't even ask about it. So we ask for qualifications. And that's been set into code, and that's almost nationally recognized. And so we ask for a statement of qualifications, and there's a whole list of those things that we can ask, from experience to staff size to technical abilities and those types of things. And then the interesting thing about that is then price is negotiated. So we will select a winner, and then we negotiate the price. What's acceptable? What's not acceptable? And Dave Rostrom, he drives a hard bargain with those engineers and architects. So that's one of the great things and flexibilities that we have. We can do a single award on a single project, or we can do multiple awards on multiple upcoming projects, and we use that annually or every 18 months, and we'll do what's called an approved vendor list. A lot of rules with those. I'm not going to get into the weeds about that, but we can do a single project, like I said, or a multi-year project or a contract with those on a single SOQ. And then the scope of work must be identified in the solicitation. So we do need to have a defined area where they'll operate under. And then just a little caveat, professional services can kind of be under a statement of qualifications. It's much less formal, but that's anything under 100,000, and that can be sought without public advertisement. And we've done a few of those.
It's typically for when we're building something, construction. Is that
No, a professional service would be things like.
No, I mean just the SOQ in general.
Oh, SOQ is more for design services, so it's usually for that type of. It's not a product. It's almost always a consultant. I think we did an SOQ for the consultant for Portrait of Graduate. And so it's really, that was difficult. We didn't have a really well-defined scope. We had a lot of ideas, and we were looking for the best qualified consultant to help us with a goal. I think that's a very appropriate method to use.
And are we required to ask for an SOQ on every, I'm thinking just of construction projects? Because I thought we just had
Only the
one
design.
architectural
Yeah.
firm that we used all the time kind of a thing, but do we need to?
No, we select one every single time. Anytime there's an elementary or high school or middle school that needs to be purchased or be designed, we go out for the SOQ process.
Okay.
Yeah, sometimes we'll do 2 schools at a time and evaluate. So 2 elementaries we know are coming up. We can say we're going to do this one and one next year. We can select. That's where the multi-year, but it's a very defined scope of work. So we can't just select them because we've used them always. Yeah. And then multi-step bid is one we've done with construction where we'll pre-qualify, and I'll back up. The multi-step bid is basically taking the SOQ and the bid and combining them. So the first portion of it is we want statements of qualifications of contractors, general contractors that can do the job. And we'll ask those qualifications, and then we'll select by scoring who's qualified. And we usually have a cutoff point of points. And they're selected, so we'll have 8. And then they move on to the next step, and then we release the drawings, the designs, the specifications, and the terms of the bid, and then we bid that out. And then it's the low bid wins. So that's the kind of the marriage of the two. So you get benefits of both the qualifications with also the benefits of a low bid and a good cost. So it is a formal solicitation, and it is a 2-step process. And then we use state contracts. A lot of times you will receive on your approvals as bids, and I'll say that again, and we use state contracts that have already been solicited. They may have already gone through a statement of qualifications. The state may have already gone through a bid process or an RFP, or we're actually using cooperatives from Minnesota, where Minnesota did one, and Utah is using that because they work together in kind of a cooperative. So it's not just a state bid, it could be a Western United States bid, and so they use those and make them into state, and they're called state cooperative contracts. And there's hundreds and hundreds of them that we can choose from, and in many cases they're a good source. We're not required to use them. If we want to use our own skill and talent within the district to select those things, then we can do that. We're not bound to use state contracts, but they are very valuable. Yeah.
So what are things that the Jordan School District has used state contracts with? Are there things that we regularly use state contracts, or
Yeah.
is there an example that you could share with us of something?
Buying vehicles. When we buy a van or a truck, we'll use a state contract, and we'll quote those out. So in state contracts, there might be 4 Ford dealerships because we buy Fords typically, and we can go to those 4 and we'll get quotes from them. So we don't have to go through the whole bid process if it's going to be over $50,000 because it's already a state contract, and we just quote that out. School buses, that's another thing. There's 3 state contracts, and we can select based upon price and other factors of which bus we want to purchase at any given time.
Carpet.
Carpet is one as well, and that actually started off as a kind of Western United States cooperative. And actually, I was on the evaluation committee for that. We looked at a lot of things. I know nothing about carpet or flooring, but I had a crash course, and it was very extensive. And so, yeah, there's lots of different carpet manufacturers out there that are on state contract, and we're given the ability to then choose which one we want and what works best for the district. Yeah, great question.
Why would we buy Fords when there's Chevys available?
I shouldn't have made that example, I guess.
That's a closed session discussion.
Oh,
That's
sorry.
character and competence. That's,
Why do we buy Chromebooks when there's iPads available?
That's another thing too. We use a lot of Chromebooks under state cooperative contract, and we actually quote those out on a monthly basis. So they're very valuable in saving us time and helping us have really good vendors, because they have some very strict terms and conditions that they monitor. They have contract managers that help out as well. So it's very good. Okay, now any exceptions to using the standard procurement methods? So anything other than that, there's things called a sole source procurement, and sometimes we'll have those. There's rules involved in those. I'm not going to get into that unless you want me to. There's emergency procurements. There's quite a few during the COVID pandemic that the state did a lot of those, and they really tightened down what emergency purchase or procurement can be. We did a couple here, I think for nutrition services. In fact, early on, we had to do some emergency procurements to get things to the district for PPE. PPE. Yeah. So, and then trial use contracts. Those are we're not quite ready to pull the trigger, but we want to test something out, and we're restricted in how that we can do that, but they're limited, and we don't have to necessarily solicit something. We can try something out for a limited time. Questions? You've already had lots, so
I
Great.
do have one more.
yes.
Sorry. If I'm,
Go ahead.
do any of you want to go first?
No, go ahead.
A month or two ago, in a meeting out here, I asked about a particular bid that we had, and all the bids that I see come in just have a total amount, a cost. And as someone who's trying to safeguard the funds of the taxpayer, it's difficult for me as a board member to make any kind of a determination whether or not this is a good bid. I mean, maybe, when I came to the board, I thought one of my first impressions was, I wonder if vendors are overbidding because they know the district has deep pockets, and I'm still wondering that. But there's really no way for me to. It's difficult for me to know. One example is the soft fall material. I think it was about $50,000 per school. That is what it equated to, and I was thinking, now, is that fair? I have no idea. I mean, I would love to see a breakdown. And I know there was some pushback. I know Bryce was a little concerned about too much information. But I was hoping, just along with the documents that are included on the agenda, there would be an additional document that had some kind of a breakdown. This is how much the material's going to cost. This is how many hours we estimate it's going to take at $30 an hour, or just something like that. In order for anybody to put a sensible bid together, they're going to have to go through that process anyway. As a vendor, they're going to have to know, well, how many schools are there? What's the size? And they're going to put a bid together. So I'm just wondering, why don't we get the detail instead of just the total?
That's a great question. Let me back up a little bit and just explain to you my role as a director of purchasing. Even though all the purchase orders have my signature on them as an order, I don't review every single one. And for my own sanity, I have 4 really great buyers that I trust, and I've delegated some authority. So anything under $15,000 is kind of their discretion, not just their discretion, but they have to make sure that things have been followed, that it's a good value, that it's within budget, it's working with the different ones. And so I then see anything over $15,000, and then I do my review as well. And so I'll have as much information as I want. If I am in Skyward looking at something that, for instance, today there was mandarin oranges. Mandarin oranges that it was $23,000 worth of mandarin oranges that Nutrition Services wanted. And I just, it was over 15,000. I had to look at that. Was it a state contract? Nope. We actually had a district contract where we bid this out a year or so ago, and we had vendors come in and were evaluated on, their ability to provide us mandarin oranges. And so by looking at that, seeing that it was a district contract that was done a year ago, I was very confident that the pricing has been followed. So our buyer also will evaluate. So if there's any price increases, it has to be approved by Nutrition Services first, and then by purchasing department to see whether that's valid or not. So I have to trust. I have to trust that the process of competition and everything was done correctly. And so I was very confident in that, because we had a well-developed contract and relationship with a vendor. And if they come in and want to raise the price, we know that we have the ability to say no. Or we can't go maybe 10%, but we can do 5%. So there's some negotiation there. I know I'm kind of going around it. So we can get as much information that you need. If you need some more information, you can request that from us, because some of these bid tabulations are really long and they're big spreadsheets. And so that's something we don't usually provide to the board, is a tabulation and all that detail. The bottom line is, if it's over $80,000 and it was solicited according to purchasing rules and policy, then that's kind of the direction the board has given us in the past to say that's what we want. But if you need more, we'd be happy to provide that information if we have it. Sometimes the way that's structured might be a little bit, because the back end documents might have all these, and I'm just thinking of construction, the back end documents are almost 1,000 pages of all the requirements and specifications and materials and those types of things. And we just ask for a lump sum with maybe an alternate or two or three. And that's kind of what we then provide. But there's a lot that goes on in the specifications that we don't even in purchasing get to see. What they're paying the electricians, what they're paying the drywall, what they're paying the carpet. We do the carpet, but so those types of things. So we just want to know, and that's how then they're competing against each other, is that all things being equal, an apple and an apple will choose the low bid.
Yeah. I certainly don't want to read through a 1,000-page document.
No.
But I mean, yeah, maybe in the future, if I see a bid showing up on the agenda, I'll reach out and see, and just ask, is there some additional detail here? Most of the ones I'm thinking about they're not a big building being built. They're just, recarpeting this, or the softball one keeps coming to mind. Just smaller things. But.
Okay.
And board members, a few years back, we asked for the justification document that we now get on all bids. We didn't used to get that. Is anyone interested in more information, or should we leave it up to individual board members to call and request it if they want it?
I'm good with more information if it doesn't take a large amount of time from you. If we're spending now more of our money and our time in collecting that information for us, then a phone call would be enough for me.
We have bid tabulations and we have scoring for almost all of our, we have to have proof and things like that. So we do have tabulations that we could provide you, and that's just could either be in Excel spreadsheets or another format. And we just give you summaries for the most part.
I don't want this to come across that I don't trust you or your staff or anyone. I think mainly it's just I'm curious. Part of my responsibility, like I said, is to safeguard, make sure that the taxpayers' money's being used properly. But I know it may sound like I don't trust the process or I don't trust the individuals, but that's not the case.
You sound like me when I'm calling a high school and asking I want some more detail on a purchase that they're making. And so I get where you're coming from, I really do. And I'm not an expert on all the purchasing that's out there or even all the details. So I do have to ask those questions. And so I can respect that completely. I have to make that caveat. I'm not telling you, I don't believe you, but to follow code and to follow rule, I need a little more proof, because it's not necessarily proof for me. It's proof to comply with code, because if we were ever audited, they ask those things. So
I got a question for a long, long time. I think the level of money that needed to be approved by the board was, am I correct, at 50,000? And then we moved it to 80. Is that the appropriate level? Because we had a great long discussion in finance committee of where we should draw that line. Is that line too high, too low in your opinion, or is it just, are we at the sweet spot based upon the current conditions?
I think comparative to other agencies within the state of Utah, I think we're good. I think when we compare ourselves nationally, we're way high than some others, and we're way low than others. So it's really a kind of across the board. But I know other purchasing departments in the school districts saw that we made an increase, and they also wanted to make an increase. And it was, I think, more to do with inflation. Just some of them hadn't changed in 15 or 20 years, and just think of how much wages have increased in 15 or 20 years, or school lunches in 15 or 20 years. So I think
Or 14.
prices go up. But
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other questions? So we'll just leave it as board members. If you ever want any additional information on bids or the bid process, please call Mr. Percy and you'll send us in the right direction, right?
Sure. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. You can stay at the table. We'll invite Mr. Thomas up and review the West Jordan Elementary School demolition bid.
And President Miller, I think Dave Rostrom's going to help us with that.
Welcome, Mr. Rostrom.
If that's okay.
Come on up.
Well, thank you. It's been a little while since we've had a conversation about the demolition of West Jordan Elementary, and during those discussions, there were several requests made, and so as we worked behind the scenes with the architect, there's an awful lot. It's fairly complex to plan for and design a demolition, believe it or not. Much more involved than even I realized. But as we met with the architects and we've had several meetings, there's just a lot involved with underground infrastructure, utilities, and looking at different things that you can put back together to make it a usable space. So what we plan is that is out to bid currently. We anticipate the bids will be back on the 16th, and we'll be prepared to bring those bids to the board on the 23rd. So what we wanted to do was just kind of review what the bid will look like. As we recall, it was requested that we look at a base bid, which would be the demolition of the building, and then it would just basically be take the building down, cut the utilities, cap everything off, and replace the demolition with just dirt and fill. And then there were some questions about what if we did the same thing and added an alternate bid, and alternate one, I believe, was to do the same thing but add just some decorative rock instead of fill dirt, so kind of a step up. The second alternate was to take the building down and where the building footprint was, replace that with irrigation and grass. And the third one was, but leave the asphalt play area as is. And then alternate 3 was to do the same thing, to kind of take the building down, but put grass and irrigation on the footprint of the building and tear out the existing back play area and replace that with grass as well. I believe alternates 1, 2, and 3 all have the requested pickleball courts attached to them. But so that's what you can anticipate coming back. Dave, do you have anything to add?
No, I think that covers it. We're trying to maintain the parking lot lights, and the irrigation system on the current field is in all 4 cases, the base bid and the 3 alternates. Yeah, and the custodial shed will stay, and that's kind of where we have to reroute power, the sprinkler clock, the parking lot timers to make sure we can maintain those.
The pickleball, that's an add-on, right?
It's in the alternates 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, it was just to add pickleball.
But like if we pick alternate 3, can we pick it without the pickleball, or is it included in alternate 3?
I think
It's included, and we're just putting lines on the asphalt. It's really not the poles and nets and everything. We just figured it would be just painting some lines, and then the patrons would bring their own nets and
Okay.
equipment.
It's not full-on pickleball courts. It's lines.
Yeah,
Okay,
correct.
that-
There'd be a total
Thank
of
you for the
6 courts.
A
clarification.
place to play pickleball.
Gotcha.
Pickle lines.
Are there any questions on that? Like I said, it was interesting to me.
I just have a question about timeline.
Okay.
We're coordinating with the school.
We are.
What's the timeline between school getting out, teachers gathering their materials, surplus material being sold or reallocated, and the demo begins?
That's a great question, and Dave put together a really nice timeline, and we didn't bring it. but I'll let him speak to that just tentatively.
Yeah, we're hoping, I believe it was around the end of October, right around the 1st of September, when the actual demolition would start.
August 15th.
August 15th, is that what was on the?
I just had the pre-bid meeting on Monday. We got to meet all the demolition contractors and things. So, yeah, August 15th, and then substantial completion by November 1st.
That's why we kept him at the table.
I'm useful for something.
Yeah.
So just to clarify for those listening in, over 2 months after school ends is when demolition would begin, at the earliest.
Oh, excuse me.
What would it take on our part or their part to take some of the torn down building and make commemorative little brick pieces and make them available to anyone who graduated from West Jordan Elementary School?
We
Not
can.
possible.
No,
or we could do
it's
maybe
possible.
50, we could do
Yeah.
maybe 200.
We can salvage within reason anything we want to from the building. I mean, the contractor has salvage rights, but I mean, if we wanted to do something like that, or the school wanted to save something, that would not be a problem. I mean, we could do it if they said we want 100 bricks, or we want. I mean, that we've done that before, and you've actually helped us with that. And
Marilyn, do you have your brick still?
So that's just something the school could decide. Absolutely. I mean, we would just need to know sometime beforehand, so we could say to the contractor, hey, can you set aside a pile of bricks or whatever we needed there.
I would prefer to ask the superintendent to ponder reaching out to the school and say, could we give the current faculty, could we give, I don't know, what's the group that says, here's a commemorative piece of West Jordan Elementary School?
I'm sentimental about buildings personally, and we will work together to find a way to give some people some souvenirs.
If you need approval from the board, I would very much like to pitch that to the board. I think that's a significant sentiment to say, we recognize the value here.
I support that.
Can I just, before I say yay or nay, what, does that mean handing someone a brick that was a part of it? Or does that mean we are like doing some sort of preparation to the brick, engraving the brick? Like, what does that mean? I'm just curious what that would entail.
Are you curious as to what we did with Bingham High? The alumni got bricks from Bingham High School, Copperton, and brought them down, and we offered bricks to alumni who would want them for a nominal fee. We put them on a nice wood base, It took some time.
With a picture of the
We
school.
took a picture of the school, put that on there, and then had a little plate engraved.
But people are paying for their own.
Very, very, very nominal fee for that. Yeah, very minimal. Forgive me. Anyway, that's what we did with Bingham.
But we've got months before that happens. I'm just saying, if you coordinate with them and come back and say to the board, this is what it would entail, this is my vision as superintendent for what that would be, and here's what the request to the board would be, that's what I would like to.
And does anyone want it?
We will, we'll work on what that might look like, and I'm sure we can come up with an option.
The request back to the board would be if there's a cost, right?
Unusual burden placed on someone to do it.
Okay, everyone's supportive of that, at least asking superintendent to look into it.
When Midvale Middle closed, which I was principal of, they cut up wooden doors and said when one door closes, another one opens. But we don't have wooden doors anymore because they're not safe. So it's that window. But we will find something. We'll definitely find a way that souvenirs of some kind from the building, a brick makes the most sense. But we'll sort through that, and we'll talk with the board about any associated costs and what our plans are.
Or wall carpet.
You come up with a catchy saying, and we'll do it.
So is this coming to study session, or are we approving this bid next meeting?
So that I guess that was the idea. Is we just wanted to let you know what you'll be receiving next, and you can certainly add it to study session. Or I think we're approving the bid. We're going to ask the board or recommend the board approve it at the next board meeting. It'll be an actual bid.
So my only request is that we get that as early as we can get it.
Yeah, we'll get it on the 16th.
The 18th.
The 18th, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay, so you'll get the information to us as soon as you have it, and we'll plan to vote at our next meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas, you can stay at the table. And probably Mr. Rostrom too, is my guess. We will turn the time to Ms. Richards to start us out, though, for a review of potential capital projects for summer 2024.
On board docs, you have the complete list of any capital projects that have been submitted to Mr. Thomas's office and to the facilities committee. The top part is a list of what will be done this summer. And then the rest of the list is color-coded according to your area schools. And what we would recommend as a committee is take a look at your area schools, and if you have questions or whatever, that you go to the principal and get any detail that would help you make a decision on what would be a priority on that list. We don't usually do this list as far as our priority and what we want to pursue until June. And so you have a little time to do that. But if you would take a really good look at your area, some areas are more extensive than others, as you can see. The green lettering, those are newly added projects. And so that would be our recommendation. Do you have anything to add, Mr. Thomas, Mr. Ostrom?
No.
No, the only thing is as you meet with some of the principals, if you choose to go out to some of the sites, some of these items have been on this list for several years, and so it may have been a previous administrator that put them on the list, and the current administrator may not be aware of it, or their priorities may have changed a little.
Okay. Yes, and I would make sure that you ask the principals, is this a need or is it a wish? Because that makes a difference in our decision when we do make our list, our final list. So, any questions on that?
Yeah, I have a question on that process. So in the past, our facilities people have gone out to all these principals to put together this list. You're asking us to go out to the principals?
Well, if you have questions, is what I'm asking. You know, if you have questions about a particular project that you don't quite understand, or you need to have more information as to how needed it is, and you want to see it for yourself, that's what we're saying.
So,
Do
but
you want our first call to be you, though, a member of the facilities committee? Because you may be able to answer our question.
I think probably Scott or Mr. Ostrom would be able to answer those better than I, although we have talked about several of these.
so these are all your recommendations.
Well,
Or
this
have
is
you
the
thinned
complete
out the
list. No, the list has not been thinned out. It hasn't been prioritized at all.
And what
It's
are
the
the
complete
background
list.
colors? Like, why are some
Yeah.
in
That's
yellow
the area.
and some
That's
blue?
the area of the school. If you'll look out for the city on, to the right-hand side,
Oh, the
you
city.
see it?
Yeah.
The area school, yeah,
City.
Okay.
right.
So good questions. So going back to what we do, we do the annual assessment, and really it's a pretty formative. We do it really all year long, but officially we go out and starting about in January, and we meet with every school, every principal, every custodian. We sit down and have a pretty meaningful conversation with them about what their wants and needs are. And usually they might not be aware of things like, well, my roof's 25 years old and so it needs to be replaced, or my boiler controls need to be replaced. Sometimes their needs are, hey, I want a new piece of playground equipment, or I want my office painted, or something like that. So we take all of that information and we put it into a very, very large document, and then we break those down into these. These would be considered summer projects. The scope and size of these would be summer projects. Then the next category is like district-wide capital projects, like new asphalt, carpet, some of those things that we just do on a continual basis. What else?
And then work order.
Oh yeah, and then work orders would just be the day-to-day. Sometimes they say things like, "Oh, I'd really like this." Well, my bathroom faucet's leaking. We'll put a work order in. We do those. We just put those in and we get right to them. And then the other one is special projects. Those are more of the wants and things like that. So we've taken the whole thing and already put them into their categories. And this is the summer project category. So these would be things that the board would decide or have input on that need to be completed, not necessarily the day-to-day work orders.
Can I ask a question maybe on that vein? So I understand that the lighting upgrades can be happening throughout the year, not necessarily as a summer project. So what does it mean if I see a lighting upgrade on this list? Is that outside of that?
So that would mean that the school, as LED lights have become quite popular, and you've got an entire district that had the old fluorescent bulbs. We have tried to go through and do those, or custodians can even change ballasts out over time. Is that
Correct, yeah. So when you see that, it's more of an entire building that they want an upgrade. Our electricians, as fixtures wear out or have to be replaced, that's kind of an ongoing, and they'll update them throughout the year. But when you see them on this list, you're looking at, all the interior lights, the exterior lights, parking lot lights, more of a big project, something that is too large to handle out of our maintenance budget.
And when there are sections that indicate like this would be part of a multi-phase plan at West Jordan, or this is part of West Jordan Elementary School assessments, should we be calling these schools and digging into this, or is that part of a future presentation? I'm just wondering how much groundwork each one of us is being asked to do. I feel like usually facilities brings a little bit of a paired list.
And we can do that. We can definitely do that in facilities.
Right.
I just wanted you to see the complete list and be able to understand what's coming from your area schools. And if you have questions, then ask them.
Do you plan to give us a scaled down facilities recommendation list?
Yes.
So
I'd like to make calls from that.
So the typical process is that list comes in August at the same time Finance Committee brings the budget.
The final one does, yes.
right?
So do we want something in between times? The purpose of this list is for us to look it over, and if there's some project you think needs to happen at a school and it's not even on this list, now is the time to speak up. So
Or
as
if you
facilities
think-
committee starts trying to narrow down the list,
Right,
if
we need
it's
to
not
know
even
that.
on there, we need
We
to
need to know that, yeah.
Right.
Or if you feel like something needs to rise to the top for a particular reason that you know, then we need to know that.
Yeah, it was intended that this would be a first blush. So this is the first that everybody is seeing this for the year. And then it gives you an opportunity to kind of look at it and look at some things that we're doing this summer, some things that weren't approved this summer, and look at everything that's in the hopper. And then for maybe in your own mind to start prioritizing, well, this is something that I know is important to the school or to the community, and then make those recommendations to the facilities committee. Then we start paring that down and we'll bring it back again. And I think it is a final determination isn't really made to move forward until the finance committee in August comes, like President Miller said, this is our recommended budget for the year. And then that's when we kind of go through the exercise of making those selections.
Whiteboard exercise.
Yep.
So this is a daunting list, and it makes me nervous when we say your administrator might even not even know it's on the list. So if something makes the list, we have no process of
Something
getting
might
it
still
off.
be on the list.
But this list already, like when you go out to meet schools, should say, hey, this is on the list. Is that still on the list? Because I see some of this stuff, and it can't even be done in summer projects, I think. And then what happens is then we have so much information that we don't really zero in on what's critical. Like the Harriman track. Like, I just thought it was a track replacement. I had no idea that you actually could walk under the surface because it's all ripping up. And so, to me, there has to be a streamlined process to get these wants into another list so that we're only focusing on the things that really need to be done.
And that happens through dialogue and discussion in the committee. I mean,
Right.
those are questions that,
That's our next
I mean,
committee meeting.
without calling somebody out here, as you look, I mean, we look through it and say, well, that's been on there for a long time, and it was kind of a frivolous request, but we're really in no position to say no, so we just kind of leave it on until.
I think we are in a position
Well,
to say
you
no.
are, yes.
And that's
You're
what
in
I'm
that.
asking is, I think what happens is we have all these wishes on here and they're flooding out the needs. And so, like, I would really like to have a separate list or something about what's the wants that you want.
I think there's an essential question here about what you want brought to the full board, what work you want the committee to do.
Right.
Or there were
what I'm
committees, before committees, Scott and Dave would have just brought a prioritized list and said, these are the things that we feel like we need to do. That is a list that would be compiled from two sources, correct me, but one is just the needs that they know are there, the roof, the less exciting things that need to be done, parking lots, coupled with requests from principals and concerns from principals that are submitted every year as part of a process for consulting with principals about what they feel is needed in their building. And then that list was brought to the board. With a committee, then the board is involved in being able to sift through that, and a list has been brought forward in the past with the committee's input along with the expert testimony of these two. And then the list that you have here gives more information directly to the board in a longer list. Is that a fair summary of,
It is
of
fair,
where we are?
yeah.
So I guess for us, it would be helpful to have that direction about exactly how much information you want brought forward, because I have the same difficulty. There may be things that we would overlook because we don't have the expertise to say this roof needs to be repaired, or the HVAC system needs a particular upgrade, or that's about the length of the terminology I have available. But basically, along those lines, the carpet needs to be replaced. They have a system, and then the principals have their needs, and those are combined. So what the board can be as involved or turn as much over to staff as you would like us to do. And we're comfortable just facilitating whatever process feels best to you. I know this is a really important part of your responsibility as the board to allocate these resources.
As Scott said, it is just a first look at the complete list. And we wanted you to see it, but the facilities committee will do their job.
And
Whittle
if I can reference, thank you, Marilyn, and if I could reference at the top, the facility committee priority selection criteria. Over the years, past committees have done a great job in saying, let's review that criteria and kind of update it. And so this just kind of gives you a guide as you're looking through those projects. Where do they land in terms of these 5 different criteria? And we can certainly help answer questions anytime, and you know that. You call anytime, and we're happy to talk to you.
I'm a little curious at the heading critical needs that can be considered. So by that heading, should I assume that all of this is critical?
Not necessarily, yeah.
Oh, that's not just a header? That's
That's
it is,
blank
but there's
because we
nothing
haven't filled it
under
in yet.
So if we
Okay,
see
that
something
makes more
critical,
sense.
we'll
I'm
move
just
that
like,
up.
well, if it's critical.
They're listed in terms of priority. So safety is, of course, the first. So if there's a project that is mainly safety oriented, then that regulatory would be something along the lines of safety, but code or regulation that needs to be done. Critical needs would be that, there's a little bit of interpretation there, but critical need would be for you to look at and say, is this something that's fairly critical? Is there an efficiency component to it? Meaning, if we're going to tear down the ceiling, should we do the lights at the same time? That creates some efficiencies. And then the 5th one is school request. So that kind of lets you know this more of the want. This would be something that would really be nice to have, and we think we need it, but probably not a critical need. So it just kind of helps you go through it, like Marilyn has said, and kind of prioritize in your head what might be the most important things to do. I think the board, just a vote of confidence to the board, over the years, we can't think of a time that the board has not prioritized the safety needs first in every circumstance and knocked those off the list. So that's just happened. So we appreciate that.
Anything else?
Well, the next step is facilities committee works with our staff to come back with recommendations on what any safety and security or critical needs items, and then
A
the
shorter list,
prioritized
a shorter
items,
list,
like
yes.
priorities 1, 2, and 3, or something along that line.
Right.
And then from that list.
Unless you have questions before.
Okay, and I just want to,
Sorry, Nick, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. What was the clarification that you made?
Sorry, I just said, and so we should maybe wait for that list before we start reaching out to the schools to get better clarification.
You mean wait for the shorter list before board members talk with principals about projects at their school?
I just worry that we're gonna get their hopes up if 6 board members call and chat them up about the new bleachers in their gym.
I will say, if an administrator wants to call me, I'll come visit it, because I have a hard time voting on words on a paper. I need to see the project.
And now, every committee is gonna function the way that works best for that group, but that was something that we did as a facilities committee in prior years. I went and visited every school that was assigned to me and walked it.
It does help. I mean, I like how, as you look through the different cities, anything that's in green is something new that was added this year that would be considered a summer project. The rest has been on there at least 1 year. And
so I have a question on this list. Because we've had things on the list in the past where the principal had no idea why it was even on the list. Yes. So why is it still on the list? So when your people are doing their facilities review, are they going over this list with the principal and saying, do you still want this, yes or no?
They do. And
Okay.
And so we do have those conversations during our 2-day get together, we'll have those discussions. But sometimes the administrator might say, well, that's not really my priority, but I'm nervous to take it off. Some have said, get rid of that. And we do. We kind of make a note of that and take it off. But if they don't know and they're still wondering about it, we're reluctant to remove it completely. But that can certainly be a conversation.
Okay, so I don't think as a board we need to do anything right now unless there's something that you think should be here that isn't. Contact a member of facilities committee and make sure they're considering that something as they go through and start to explore which of these are higher priorities. Everyone good with that? Okay. Anything else?
Mm-mm.
Hey, thank you. It's my agenda. Hold on a second. Okay, our next agenda item is recommendations from the Facilities Committee for the ongoing projected building plan. So, Ms. Richards, back to you.
Are you going to stick around?
Tell me.
Yes.
Yeah, stay at the table.
Mr. Feston, would you join us, please? One of the documents on board docs is the ongoing projected building plan that was given to us at our March 7th meeting of this year. And that's basically where it ended, and most of that is complete except for the flex school, which, by the way, is going along nicely. The infrastructure is in, and do you want to update us on that, Mr. Thomas?
I'd be happy to. I think Dave, we might want to call Dave back up because
Okay.
I know exactly what you just said. The foundation's there, all the underground utilities look like they're in. There's grading going on. I would
Come on up,
imagine.
Mr. Rostrom. Come on up.
Breaking no longer a thing.
It's still a groundbreaking. We've always had the foundation in before the groundbreaking because you have problems. We begin in March and February, so May 24th at 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, keeps changing. Right?
They need to get done with lunch.
Okay, Mr. Rostrom, would you please report on that quickly?
Yeah, we're moving along fairly well. We got off to a little bit of a late start just because of the wet spring. We had so much ground moisture that it kind of slowed them up at the beginning, but they seem to be on track. And like we mentioned, the footings are in, and there's kind of an outline of the building now. All the underground plumbing and some of the other utilities are underway. And quite a bit of the dirt moving, so we're getting a little bit closer to the grades that we need to be at.
Okay, thank you. And we'll be on time with that, right?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Thank you, barring anything. We took that. There you go.
Excuse me.
That's okay. We took that document, that first document that I just alluded to, and the Facilities Committee had a really, really good discussion about, where from here, because I know that the Finance Committee is wanting to know about issues down the road too. So we had a really good discussion, and if you'll go to the bottom of the next three documents, the development, May 23rd PDF, Mr. Feston made that available to us. And if you remember the hotspot map prior to this, it has changed.
different.
It has changed, as you can
My
see.
mind.
There are still, of course, hotspots. And Mr. Feston, do you want to explain what's going on? And then we'll look at the graph in a minute.
Sure, I can do that. You've seen a similar map to this before. This is mapping where we are currently seeing residential development. So honestly, it's focused right there where the flex building is going in, around Ridgeview Elementary School. The large yellow spot there is a 218 unit apartment complex adjacent to the Lee's Supermarket in Harriman. That one is moving fairly slowly. So and the unit mix in that development is such that we probably will not see a large amount of students coming out of that development. But the Edge Homes development continues. They're along 134th South on the north end of their project there, building multi-family units in there and single family units as well. Just across this 134th South, next to the Costco, Riverton City, in Riverton City, there is a 200 and some odd unit single family development that is all rental properties. So all rental homes. They are not affordable. Their largest unit rents for, when I checked it last, $3,500 a month. I need to do a little bit of current research and see just how many students we're getting out of the already completed units. But the thinking is that will be built out and completed by the end of this calendar year.
And if you would now turn to the second one from the bottom, the permitted units running total, I'd like you to just take a look at that graph. And then Mr. Feston, you can kind of chime in here too, please.
So since the beginning of 2022, we've seen a precipitous drop in residential construction activity. This is due mostly to uncertainty in the economy, rising interest rates, supply chain issues affecting building material prices. You remember when I came in September, I began my presentation with the word uncertainty. The crystal ball is still cloudy, but we are starting to see a little bit more construction activity with the weather changing, a little bit of stability in the economy. But it is, my concern was we would have a V recovery where it would hit bottom and then just bounce right back up. It looks like it's, if current data holds, it looks like it's going to be a little bit more slow to recover.
These are homes. These are
Any residential
New
units
construction.
permitted,
including apartments.
by the city's apartments. You'll see the spike there in March. That's that apartment complex in Harriman. When those building permits come in, they show up in our totals. So you'll see a little spike there. In 6 months, that'll drop out.
So if there's a 200 unit apartment complex, that's 200 permits.
Yeah, well, it's one permit for 200 units.
But in this graph, it would show up as 200.
As 200, yes.
Any other questions on that? If not, if you'd go to the top of those three, this is the ongoing projected building plan, just a draft that we wanted to present to you. This was just kind of what we gleaned from our discussion. Mr. Larson, did you put this together? Who put?
Roxanne and I
Okay.
worked on this. She put it together. I just
Okay,
told her
that's
what to put
good.
down.
As you can see, we've added projects that we think are potentially going to happen. We don't know when, but we have kind of an uncertain timeline there on the left column. And we have what kind of school in the middle and the area where we think they might be needed. And then down on the bottom box is all of our property that is available for construction.
Outside of the list in the green box, I was wondering if we could split that green box into two different boxes, because it looks like we've approved those bottom list and we haven't. So one should say projects in process and one should say potential future projects.
Yeah,
or
we can
something.
do that. We'll have
That would
Roxanne
make
do
it
that.
less confusing, because
Good
it looks
idea.
like
Right.
we've approved those, and rest assured we have not approved any of those. But it's helpful in this project in this way for us to kind of say, okay, what's the future needs? Here's a few areas to look at.
Well, and we put, you know, a somewhat ominous construction cost out there, at least so maybe the finance committee can get started on some ideas about potential bonding or whatever is going to be decided. In the area where we think we will need the next schools, and the hot spots, it looks like probably the Harriman area we'd need an elementary school. We have a couple pieces down there of property. I don't know. We're going to talk about that more in the facilities committee, but I wanted to give you a glance at what we had discussed. And we also talked about potential renovations, as you can see there. We have to have a deep discussion about schools that are under-enrolled and what's going to happen there. So we wanted to give you an overview of what we came up with, and this will be ongoing in our next meeting.
Here, just a couple of things quick. This just to make sure this is not a public document. Those construction costs right there are really rough estimates.
Very rough.
And we want the best bid possible. So we don't mention the numbers in this meeting or
never.
And
out to anybody.
this should be marked confidential, I believe.
Yeah.
It's marked draft, but it probably should be confidential.
Well, it is under the confidential listings,
So,
yeah.
and then the other thing, so is this based on our projections? So according to our projections, we are going to need a new high school in South Jordan to be open in 2027.
We're brainstorming them.
We're still looking at that. It was
this
just,
is not,
Looking at the forecast that Mr. Feston put together, by 2027, it's forecast that there will be probably around 1,500 high school students, new high school students in the south end of the district. So it's possible that the year, like, we wouldn't necessarily need one that soon, but the other high schools would really be bulging and about to burst.
It would be so helpful to me to be able to see some of those projection numbers, because just looking at this like rank list, I don't know any of the why behind that.
There isn't
And I
any.
have a lot of questions, and you know my first one is
There isn't any. Those,
we are pocket busing, and it's not even the first middle school to talk
and
about.
we just,
Not even
and
in
we
order, Nikki.
discussed that at length, believe me.
they're not in order.
Totally in order, because
They're totally
there are
not in
dates
order of
next-
priorities. We're just brainstorming. This is the first time we came up with the list. We'll talk about it. We'll look at those things. So it's just the first blush of the list.
So that's what I'm asking is, at what point is this a discussion? I mean, I guess today this is all just, look at this, here's an update of what we're doing in committee.
Right.
Okay.
Don't get uptight yet.
I'm just doing my job as a person elected for these people.
I get it.
It's my responsibility
I
to
get it.
say it every time.
I like the idea of splitting that up into maybe even two boxes, or have, you know, a division there between the two. And then we're going to look at these at length and look at the projections, the forecasts as far as enrollment. And I think this is definitely a changing, ongoing plan, for sure. Any other questions?
yeah, let's talk timeline. I'm getting very anxious to have a concrete plan in place. And we've been dragging our heels for a long time. Our feet, sorry, whatever we drag. If we need to go out for a bond, we need to know that like
Right.
really soon. And so we need
Right.
to know what schools and when, and then finance committee needs to bring recommendations for when we're going to build them. So and I think we all want to know all the information behind it too. So what I would like to see is a presentation to the whole board that includes projections, recommendations from staff on when we're going to need schools.
The problem is
There.
we have a graph that we just barely looked at that is a declining growth.
Yeah.
And so we don't know when we're going to need these schools. So all this is really like, we would have thought last year, or even earlier this year, that we need to go out for a bond now, and if we don't, we're going to be in trouble like we were last time. And so we just don't know. We have to continue to watch both of those. So I think it's premature to say whether or not we need a bond in 2024. I don't think we need one this next year.
Well,
But I'm requesting as a board member, I would like that presentation from our staff to give updated projections and what their recommendations are for when we do need a school and where we need them.
We typically do a new set of forecasts after we get the 10-day count
October.
in August. So we usually
August.
bring that in September to the board. We can, I don't want to promise anything.
We can bring that anytime. It's the reliability of the data
exactly.
that is the question.
Uh-huh.
But that's the trade-off. But I think just clarity from the board about when do you want this, and does it go to committee first, or does it just come straight here, and what information do you need in that report? We just need clear direction on that, and we've got a great staff that can bring you exactly what you want.
Well, I think we have some other questions that have to be answered, like the seismic studies that got to come back before we can make a long-term plan, because you just don't know what those are going to say. We hope they say great things, but so I think a couple pieces still need to be planted in there, but at least we can start talking about these and saying, you know.
But I would, and I
These
agree with you,
appropriate
but I wouldn't
places.
delay it because of that. I would say this is when we would like the information. We want it to include the results of the seismic study. We want it to include X, Y, and Z. And then if we need to wait for that study to come back, then we can come back and say, we'll have those studies at this date. Does that work for you as a board? So, but I think that's an important component.
Yeah.
I just don't want us to hold off because we're waiting for that information.
That could change the whole game, though. If those studies could change everything. I hope they don't, but
Right.
they did in other districts.
But I just want to, I just want the list of what the board is looking for, the date by which you would like to see a report back, and then we'll adjust that date if we won't have the seismic information in time for that. Because I
What-
think you're right, it's important.
What
remind
is
me
the
when-
timeline with that seismic study?
We're supposed to know next week, I think, whether we got the grant. Is that correct, Mr. Thomas?
That's my understanding, and once we find out if we've got it, then we're prepared to move forward with or without
Right.
the grant.
Right.
So how long will it take to move forward till we get results?
I would guess we'll be in the late fall before we get them all completed. Like I said, we put them on hold. We request information and cost information to conduct the studies, but from what we understand with the grant, it's not a reimbursable, and so we've kind of put that on hold until we see if we
Yeah.
get the grant.
So if I may, in late fall, we'll have the seismic study back, we'll have projections back, and we'll be able to give a fully documented best latest information plan. If you want something else ahead of that, to say, give us your best projections, we can talk about the possible outcomes for the seismic study based on what we already know, and we can get a better idea of where we are and firm that up later in the fall. Then we can also do it in a couple of stages if you don't want to wait for information until then.
We also
Yes.
got to decide if
That
there's any
works.
school closures here and if there's any boundary changes that need to be made before this can really be firm.
And I would
Agree
make
with all
one
that.
more request. The first 4 renovations need to be addressed sooner than that.
I agree.
And what we need to know is, here's what it would cost to bring that school up to today's standards and apply the formula that we came up with to say, at this point, it's not worth doing the renovation. So what's the cost to bring it up to today's standards? And what's the trigger point that says, at this point, we don't do the renovation?
Right, like we did with Bingham.
Yep.
Right.
And so that's speaking to my point, is that we just need a list like various board members have described. We just need to solidify that list.
So my request
find
would be
out
that be
when
the
you-
first, that would be the first request.
That
That
can
the
be- that can
first
happen
4
now.
renovations could be addressed as soon as you're ready. Because those buildings we've been talking about for a long time.
Yep.
And once we see that dollar amount, will factor into the overall large plan that comes in the fall.
Right.
So I would request that we get that report as soon as you're ready to give it. The first 4 renovations listed there. The bottom 2 are conditional upon the seismic study. But the first 4 are independent of that.
Can you clarify which 4? I'm not following
Look at
you
the
at
list.
all.
On the far right, it says renovation or new construction.
The first 4 of those.
Oh, gotcha. First 4 of
The
renovation.
first listed under renovation, the first 4 listed under renovation.
Scott, do you know which ones he's
I'm
talking
trying to
about?
speak in code.
Thank you.
Yes, I do.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, so now that I'm following you, state that again.
I believe the first 4 renovations could be presented to the board as soon as you are ready. And what I would ask is, here is the dollar amount to bring those schools up to today's standards, and here is what we think the trigger point is that it's not worth renovating, they need to be rebuilt. We calculated that formula years ago. And I think we could say at this percentage, see, Bingham was well below that. We can renovate for a whole lot less than new construction. But I would like to know for each of those 4 buildings, we're over that. And renovation is not a likely scenario. Okay, great. Now that adds to the bigger discussion in the fall. But if renovation is a better remedy than a rebuild, then that takes us in 2 different directions.
So you're wondering if we should be rebuilding these 4 schools instead of renovating them. That's what you are wondering.
Yep. And that's based on a formula that we calculated to say, at this point, it's financially better to just rebuild than to renovate.
That's something other board members would like, is a
I would-
report on those 4 schools.
I would definitely like that.
I would, and then the next discussion is any closures or boundary changes that doesn't make us do that.
Well, then, I would almost say, do you look first at closure protocol in the policy and say, this school needs to be looked at before you say, here's a big investment of time and estimates for a school that does not fit our criteria?
That's legitimate.
And then I also think on these 4 schools, what needs to be renovated? Some of them are wants, not needs. Like when we started the Bingham renovation, that was it was a need. The pipes were bursting everywhere. The water was orange. I mean, that was a dire need that we started the project with. But a lot of these are more convenience issues rather than a major problem. So how do we determine what needs to be renovated?
We can bring all of that back. That's another question you can add to
Color
the
code
list.
it, red, yellow, green.
So,
Because we like those.
so you can say, we'd like information about these schools. We'd like to know how much renovation would cost, what sorts of things are involved in the renovation, and because there is some cost effectiveness, things that should be done. So what was the renovation plan that you recommend? How much would that cost? And is that above the threshold for just rebuilding? But then we can add the enrollment component, kind of lay that over the top of that and say, now based on enrollment patterns, that's another factor. And then you have all that information. So then let's make sure we've got everything down that board members are wanting answers to. And then does that come back to a committee and then the board, or does it come straight to the board? And when are you asking for that first phase? If that's what the board's asking for is a first phase, when are you asking for that information? Because you expressed a sense of urgency that I feel as well. So what information do you want when? And does it come to the committee first and then the board, or come straight to the board?
Okay, so this first item is information on for renovations.
Closure versus renovation based on enrollment and cost of renovation
Correct.
versus rebuild. Do I have that right?
I have a question too that is somewhat related. I've heard people refer to up to standard. Does the district have a specific standard for what is at standard for an elementary school? I mean, besides safety and, that kind of thing. Is there a standard? A school must have this, and we need to bring every school to have this specific thing if it's going to be standard.
I'm going to keep Dave and Scott in the corner of my peripheral vision to see if I get this right. When you do undergo any substantial renovation, then you're required to bring the building up to the current code. So if we engage in any sort of renovation, bringing things up to code is a part of that, but there's also there are also other needs that will be smart to take care of at the same time, so that the usability of the building is increased, and there are some aesthetics to it too, because it just creates a better learning environment when we do that kind of renovation, like we did for Bingham.
And again, that would be red, yellow, green. So
Could
for
be.
example, learning areas or collaboration areas might be a yellow. To say, boy, that's very desirable. A lot of other new schools have it, but it's not an essential.
Right, and we would categorize that in some way so that it's clear to you whether this is bringing things up to code or whether it's bringing things up to snuff.
So snuff means standard.
Stuff means there's a community
So snuff means
expectation.
to compared to newer buildings in the district, comparable amenities to newer
Right.
buildings within
Wow,
the
this
district.
is a really dim building. You walk around and it's just, but when you put in the new lighting, wow, it really brightens it up and creates a much nicer environment.
So if we work ourselves backwards, I think if we're going to do a school closure or a boundary change, we like to do those early fall. And so we want to give plenty of time for those processes to work. So this would be great to have sometime in the summer or
Actually,
super early
Notification
fall.
process, we'd need to know by now.
Well, it depends on when we close it, because we could say we're going to close it, but it won't be for 2 years,
Okay,
right?
that's true.
We
yeah.
just need 120 days, don't we?
Yeah.
For closing.
120
And boundaries?
days and boundaries, yeah.
Or is it the same? 120?
Superintendent, is it asking too much if that, at least on its beginning phase, is available to the committee on June 6th? That's our next meeting.
Does it go to the committee first?
Well, I would like it to. I'd like to be able to discuss it.
I'm not arguing
I'm
against
op-
that. I just want that
Yeah,
clarity
I'm open
because
to
we've talked back and
whatever.
forth about some of that today.
I'm open to whatever.
To make a recommendation. They have the time to study this.
I'd like their eyes on it first because they ask questions that are appropriate to ask.
Yeah.
They have a tendency to ask the questions that we would have asked, that you would have liked to have had asked before you brought the presentation.
No, I understand the purpose behind it, and I've seen the value. I'm just asking for clarity.
I,
to
for,
be
I
sure
for
that
one,
we
would
do
like
it
to
the
see it
right
go
way.
to committee before it comes to the board.
And I would suspect June 6th is a super skeleton proposal, unless these guys aren't going to sleep until then.
Well,
Because I think
it
this is a pretty
short time,
detailed.
They
and
don't.
we're
They don't
busy.
sleep. It's
They
in our
don't sleep
contract.
anyways.
We're busy.
But-
Is June 6th too quick to get those estimates? Realistically.
Okay, so yeah, just a point of clarification. So we were directed to go and look at and do a pretty extensive evaluation on West Jordan area schools.
Right.
So
We don't want to.
the same. I mean, do we?
We've
add
talked
the-
about that in the
We're
public.
veering toward closed session items that we probably should be cautious about.
Hence, we speak in code.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm not.
So you're already looking at those.
Let's just say if you needed to, I'm not trying to.
I
speak in
don't
code.
think we would have a full blown. I don't think.
How
we
long
would,
does it take? How
There's
soon?
there's 4 schools on that list. How long would it take to?
Right. How soon could you have renovation estimates for 4 schools?
To do a full evaluation on a high school, to get electrical, mechanical, architectural, it's a several month process
Okay.
to come
So-
up with an accurate.
Okay. So it sounds like the fall is when we could have everything for you complete.
The urgency we have is not that we get the price tag exactly right and what needs to be done, but we have to kind of weigh the cost versus school.
And that's where I was going with this. We
Yeah.
can move forward with a full evaluation, but if the board just wants us to come back, and if I understood Bryce correctly, look at the first 4 schools listed here and look at the project scope, what the estimated project scope would be along with the renovations versus the cost to rebuild. So I think we could provide an estimate.
Yeah.
Dave, am I correct? I don't want to promise anything.
Yeah, we can give a rough estimate just based on square footage, current square footage costs. But to get a detailed report is gonna take quite a while.
So are we asking for the rough estimate?
Yes. While the other is going on. We're not asking for the other. We're just saying, how quickly could you get the rough estimate to us as you continue to move forward with the long-term study?
Yes, and and if I hear you correctly, we should add these other schools onto that full assessment. Okay.
Can I ask, why the first 4?
Because the last 2 are dependent upon the seismic study. I was just saying, we could get the information for the first 4 while we wait for the seismic study.
Okay, that makes sense. Thanks.
Just some of the first 4 are on the seismic study also.
Right.
So maybe any renovation school that is not involved in the seismic study?
Well, I think there's bigger questions on those first 4 than
Yeah, for sure.
the seismic upgrade.
For sure.
Those are going to answer questions of boundaries, and
Yep.
that's the question we need, not financing these buildings at this point.
Okay.
Because the 6 new construction buildings all depend on enrollment figures, which we wouldn't have till September anyway.
Right.
Those are just the ones.
So those 6 just need to sit there and wait, because it sounds like the numbers are changing our need.
Right. And we would be depending on old numbers. And
So the
that's-
bottom 6 schools now just went to the top of our watch list.
And I don't think we have any area that is so hot like the flex school where we had to move quickly.
So you're saying top of our watch list, that's now the priority over building a new school.
Bottom 6 schools.
To me, that's a higher priority question to be answered, not necessarily. It's not a change of priority, but can we answer these questions now while we wait to answer the other questions? Because we think, what I just heard from Scott is that the timeline just shifted out a little bit.
And that's, I think, the thing,
Agreed.
like priority wise, while I was anxious, is wanting to know that if we need a school right away, if we're going to build a school right away and we want to do a bond, we really need to decide kind of by the end of the summer if we're going out to bond. And so we need to get this going now. But now that we've seen updated hotspot maps, is that we no longer think we're going to need a bond next year because we no longer think we need another school for at least 5 years?
John, what's the deadline for getting a bond on the ballot?
I think the latest you could do is, I want to say spring.
It's like end of June, I thought.
So we missed
That would-
23.
that would- work.
I don't know that we still have a window for this year.
Oh, yes, I know that this wouldn't.
It'd be
I know that
next
this
year.
year's
You're
closed.
talking
I'm
about next
talking
year.
about.
It'd be next
I'm
year.
coming from the perspective of my last life when I ran a bond campaign, and you need a good year to run an effective campaign. But the other reason I was anxious too is just for the sake of our pocket busing people, that we can say, yep, you're pocket bus, but we have a plan, and here's when we think we need a new school, and here's how long we think we're going to be pocket busing.
Or
I
if
think-
we need to look look at other alternatives, like looking at our boundaries.
I think I can,
Exactly.
in October, we can have everything for you.
Okay.
But if we try to do it before then, we're giving you some rough estimates. Rough estimates can be useful. So I guess I just need some clarity, given what we've talked about. What do you want rough estimates on? What do we wait for the fall to cover? Because to really give you accurate information, I'm not sure that we can do that a lot sooner than the fall. If anyone could,
I
these guys can.
personally
But
am asking for a rough estimate, as rough as it can, as accurate as rough can be,
yeah,
on price tag of renovation of those 4 schools,
okay.
price tag of new construction, and the trigger point that we decided when you approach this trigger point, it is no longer worth renovating.
With a rough estimate of enrollment laid over that.
Yep.
And we
So
bring
we
the
can
best.
say, wait, that enrollment tells me that I'm not going to go forward with that school.
And we bring the best we can June 6th.
I would like that information for my radar, because now all of a sudden, as I begin to prepare for the fall, that gives me a whole lot of data points going into the fall.
Is that doable for the 3 of you?
Yes. Yes.
Thanks,
Now
Scott.
it's rough. You can give as many caveats as you want, no more than John gives, but you can give plenty. And
36 is the running total.
we do understand that it's a rough guess, but we have to balance out giving some early information with giving the most accurate information.
Correct, for these first 4 schools, and then by late fall, come back prepared. By then, we will
With
have
all of it, the whole
site.
total package.
Gotcha.
And just for my own knowledge, where can I find these points that you all came up with during the Bingham renovation? Is that in policy somewhere? Is that like a board meeting I need to go back and look at?
You mean the build or renovate point?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that was in consultation, as I recall, with our the architects.
Yeah. I don't know that we ever saw it in print. We did it.
I don't recall that
We
either.
spoke it.
But
Yeah.
that would be part of the rough estimate generally, is to
Yeah.
bring that forward. So it's not a separate document that you bring with that. It's part of the overall estimate. It would be this much to rebuild, it would be this much to renovate, and there are factors beyond just the cost, I suppose, that
Okay.
enter
And
into
I'm not
that.
necessarily asking for that number. I'm asking for a retabulation of that number.
Okay. That's helpful.
That's a great.
And however we categorize it, whether it's red, yellow, and green, or whatever, whatever we do, in large part, the board will have to say, well, we're not going to do this size of renovation. We're going to do a smaller renovation, which means that now we wouldn't have to rebuild. So there are some choices that have to come into play on that. So it's not necessarily a formula that's laid over. It is as Bryce described, but I think it's pretty building specific.
Okay. I just want to make sure from the I was not here perspective that I'm doing my homework to be able to speak intelligently to that conversation.
Sure. So we will bring rough estimates on those 4 buildings: enrollment, renovation, and reconstruction to the committee on June 6th and
Board on June 13th.
the board on June 13th, as directed by the committee. And then we'll have in the fall the enrollment, any projections, that sort of thing. And if I may, I just want to clarify, for those who are hearing the board speaking in code, it's only because of the possible construction projects and not revealing what those projects are and what the dollar amounts are. It's not because there's a plan that has been put together that is not being revealed. It's just that from a purchasing and bidding standpoint, we're not able to share that information. And this discussion is part of a thorough analysis, not referencing a developed plan. This is determining what information we need to make the estimates meaningful.
Okay, so everyone's good with that piece coming in June, the renovations piece coming in June. And then in late fall, we will get recommendations on I guess renovations, but then also what schools need to be built and when based on updated projections, or whether or not we need to do a closure or a boundary change.
Boundary changes, closures, renovations, new construction, new buildings, a building plan going forward.
And then seismic study, if we find out about the grant, then how long do we think it will take once we know if we got the grant?
They said in the fall they should have those results.
The results, not just the,
The results. We'll find out about the grant in another week or so. And then, is that correct? By the fall, then we should have, because it'll take.
I thought we found out about
into
the
the
grant
fall.
in fall. So thank you for
No,
clarifying.
that's a good clarification. So they should have the full, so we should be able to give you the total package. Seismic, a more accurate estimate on renovation and rebuild. We'll have the enrollment projections at that point, or what do we call them besides projections?
Forecasts.
The forecasts. But it sounded like they're moving more back toward projections a little bit.
I'm not going to
Leaning
make
way a
that
little
promise yet.
I didn't ask for promises. I won't ask for promises, yes. But we'll bring back the total package in a very exciting meeting in the late fall,
Very exciting.
after it's gone to the committee and then to the board.
Okay.
And as you have questions,
I question the late fall one. I would like the whole board to have the presentation on what the recommendations are and what the data is.
well, that's a clarification then.
All the
because we can-
possibilities, and then with facilities committee do a deep dive from there. I don't want everything going to facilities and they just bring us a recommendation. I think we all need to see the data. Am I the only one that feels that way?
No, I agree.
I think though it first needs to come to us because we can ask them questions that they can gather some information. It's always been proper that the committee sees it before the board but we should bring the whole presentation.
Are you talking about this first one in June?
No, I'm talking about fall.
Oh,
And that
absolutely.
is not,
Absolutely.
Forecasts and
that is
stuff like
something that's come to us directly from staff in the past. We get updated projections and they give us the recommendations and then it goes to facilities. So I
Well-
think that needs to come to the whole board first.
We'll bring it all in the fall. To you all.
Also, just one more thing. I've made the offer in the past to any board member who would like to talk about the growth, what we're seeing. It changes every week. My door is always open, so please give me a call.
I appreciate that, Scott. And I would encourage the same. Just if you have questions, shoot us an email and we'll include that.
One more question. Do you foresee any needed effort to upgrade our building capacity document? Or have we done enough legwork that we just roll that over with the enrollment numbers as they come in?
We'll be looking at that as a part of the,
Remember the effort we went
Projections,
through to
mhm.
produce that?
Yeah.
Do we need to go to that effort to produce it again, or do we just update the numbers?
I don't think we need to. I think we can update the numbers and that will be a part of the process of determining where buildings may be needed.
Right.
And then, that initial hard work and walking door to door means that we might need to touch it up here and there for specific buildings, but I
So
think
did you
we're in
hear
range.
in your assignment that assumes that we will also have an updated building capacity document as well?
I consider that being part of bringing forward good recommendations about what future housing needs we
Is-
have as a district.
What is the building capacity document? Where can I find it? Is it in,
The Google Doc, it's updated real time.
It's called Building
Anderson
Enrollment
can
and
send you a link.
Capacities Workbook.
We'll share it.
enrollment capacity?
Building enrollment and capacities.
Michael, make sure it's shared with
Yeah,
all of you.
if you don't have it, we
It's
can
like
share it with you.
bookmark that document because you
You'll
will
use it a
refer
lot.
to it constantly.
Michael, share it with you.
And you know what? That's a good point. You may need to, Mike, you may need to sit down and coach these two as to what tier means and what red versus yellow versus, we all went through quite a bit of a coaching as to what those numbers mean, and you may want to sit down and say, can I walk you through what these numbers mean? Extreme versus
Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier
I think that's a
Would be
great suggestion
Green,
to
yellow,
set
red.
something up.
We'd be happy to do that.
Yeah. Good
Nikki,
idea.
do you feel comfortable with that?
Yes. I still get some confusion about
Maybe include Nikki.
architectural versus current use.
We'll,
but-
we'll pick a couple of dates and invite
I
anybody
think
that
that
wants
would
to
be
come.
very beneficial to say, here's what you're looking at.
Yep.
Here's the information in front of you and why it's important to you.
Okay.
That was a significant help to us.
It's a major effort.
And I might add, going over previous enrollment projection documents from years past, so that familiarity with the document will help you as you get the newest numbers, because it's a lot of information all at once. So just kind of a student services.
We'll make
View
sure
of
that
documents.
everybody's invited to that, and anybody that wants to come is welcome to.
Yeah, let us all know, because
Yep.
it would be a good review, I think, for a lot of us.
Okay, anything else on this?
No.
Good discussion. Thank you all. Let's take a break. Sorry, Ms. Goff. I know you're up on deck, but take a 10-minute break.
Could I get that on the agenda for next time?
know.
984 days.
Okay, we are back on. It is still May 9th, 2023, and we're in our study session. And our next agenda item is Portrait of a Graduate Follow-Up Discussion. So we had a presentation last time on the RFP process and the potential of approving education elements to help us with Portrait of a Graduate and a strategic plan. Board members had some questions on that and needed some more time to think about that, which has been beneficial for me. I've been able to ask some more questions too and get some additional information that's been helpful. So, Dr. Godfrey or Ms. Goff, do you have anything to start out with on this?
Just going to turn it right to Ms. Goff.
I'm happy to review anything from our PowerPoint last time. I think ultimately, if there are any questions that you want to ask again or clarify based on what we talked about, we had a lot of information that was available about the process, and then I shared who the highest scoring consultant company was. And so that is what took us to slides that had to do with what they could offer us. And they also were the only company that really specifically broke down, as per our SOQ, Statement of Qualifications, according to levels of support, which we appreciated greatly. And that's where we came up with the 3 different levels of support, the light support, and what they could offer at that, which of course left the district doing a lot more of the work, but is a cheaper price. The moderate support, just right in the middle of kind of a balanced approach to them doing a little bit more, and then the comprehensive support. So there's the different price points for each of those. Our recommendation was the moderate support, where it was a little bit of both. They helped us with the lift. It's more expensive than the light support. Recall that there was the project timeline. In that slide we talked over, could be 6 to 8 months or potentially longer depending on how things go, but we're in a great position to move forward with this because July is a great starting point, puts having conversations with stakeholders in September, which is usually a very good place. They're not surveyed out and asked for all their thoughts and opinions. They're usually pretty open to that in the fall. And then the design process with different teams that would take place throughout the winter, and possibly then even ready for the board approval in the early part of the year, maybe February, March part of the year. We shared some examples of different visions or portraits that have been created by this particular company. We noted that they look very different from each other. That was purposeful to show that, once again, it will have our unique brand that goes along with it, so that they're not cookie cutter or profiles. We're also talking about a strategic plan and a portrait of a graduate. Both inform each other, so that you'll recall a strategic plan is kind of a method of operation. Once we have the broader portrait of a graduate in place, the strategic plan says, here's what we want to do with it for the next several years. 4 to 5 years is usually how long a strategic plan lasts. And kind of, we don't want to just build it and then set it on a shelf and said, we did it. What does it actually look like in implementation? And that's part of a strategic plan. There are various individuals that will be needed for this, different teams, from the initiation of, first steps to planning, steering teams, and then of course broader, wider groups of people that will be able to lend their voices in this, so that there should not be anything that would be a secret by the time we're done. Enough of people in our district would know that this is happening, that we're moving forward with this. So that's what we talked about last time, and we were just interested in knowing the direction of the board and moving forward at each of those price points, which, by the way, can still be negotiated because this is an SOQ. So that still has the option of being able to be talked about. But if you want me to go back to those slides so you can see either the timeline or the moderate piece, whatever you need now.
Am I going to be the first one
Any
again?
questions? Go ahead.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of really nice examples, Portrait of a Graduate. And on the surface, to me, it looks really cool. Looks really interesting. It's like the thing to do. All the other districts are doing it. All the cool districts are doing it. Why aren't we? That's kind of the feeling I'm getting, and maybe that's just me. But what I haven't seen is, do portrait of a graduate efforts work? I haven't seen any data that says, and I haven't looked, I just haven't been presented with any yet. And 6 years ago, we implemented a portrait of a graduate, and our scores were X. And because we implemented it, our scores are Y now. They've improved. I just hesitate to go down this path, just kind of hoping that it's going to make an improvement, without seeing that it has made an improvement. And I wouldn't want to see data generated by any of the companies that we asked for information, because obviously they're going to try to sell their product. It would have to be something unbiased, or at least if the companies that do Portrait of a Graduate consulting, if they do want to provide us some data, I'd also like to see some data from someone who doesn't like Portrait of a Graduate because it hasn't helped. I just have a hard time. I'm not sold on it yet that it's worth the investment. Show me why it's going to help us.
Want me to address that? So I earned my doctorate in looking at innovative 21st century skills. I ran my campaign on Rethink Education. Education revolutionists have looked at our old system that we've used for 150 years, the factory line, and too many kids are falling out of the cracks. And they fall out of the cracks, and many of them never, ever, ever get helped. Some of them will fall out of the cracks and do something great, like is it Todd Rose, where he went on to be a Harvard graduate or Harvard teacher. Those are the exceptions. But we have a broken education system, bottom line. And so for me, this is exciting. We are saying if we accept the moderate support, we are going to spend $3.70 actually, but $4 on every student in our district in hopes that when they leave our district, they're going to have better skills, better outcomes. We already have kind of created something that there's only one path, really, and it's college. And if you don't go college, then something's wrong with that. I mean, we're in this tech center where many kids are being educated here and are going to make more than some of the college graduates. But because we define so much on old standards, we aren't preparing kids and helping kids like we could. So for me, a $4 investment one time is worth it so we can redefine where we're going. It's a pause really quickly at saying, is our direction going in the right direction, or should we make some shifts one way or another? And I'm willing to do $4 a kid. I think that that's not going to be hard to look at in the end, you know, years from now and saying that $4 was worth it. That's me.
So far, it's still a gamble.
I'm willing to gamble $4 on a kid because to me, I think we're going to make out great with a $4 investment on every student in our district, with a clearer vision, a direction of where we're going. I mean, even things like standardized testing, you know, that needs to be re-examined. And we need to have those hard conversations. I heard in LEAC over and over again, we're testing too much. You're going to discover that in this process. And so for me, like, it's a gamble. Everything we do is a gamble. But to me, it's not a very big gamble because I'm not investing a lot of money. And I think big returns are going to come from this. I think huge returns are going to come from this. But that's me.
Can I say something too? So, Mr. Barnett, reading that book, Redefining Student Success, it seemed like the success was not measured in test scores. It was students that were learning how to see things in their own community and their own lives that could be improved, and knowing how to take the steps to improve those things, either by their own innovation or by being an activist as far as knowing how to communicate with government entities or school administration. And that's what I'm hoping for. I feel like those are the kind of skills that are really important for the 21st century, are the skills to see challenges and know how to approach them with confidence and cooperation with other people. So I don't know. It is a gamble, but I really appreciated the examples set forth in Redefining Student Success. I can see how having those things defined in the portraits of graduates for other school districts or schools, the teachers were able, I think it gave the administrators and the teachers just a vision of what they could do and how they could help their students. And I don't know, I that's what I hope to see, is students who know how to approach a challenge with confidence. So
I think my question is a little bit different than Mr. Barnett's. I don't see how it will harm us to have more information from our communities, our business owners, our stakeholders. I think that helping us to kind of have a check-in, I don't think that it can hurt. And whether or not it is going to redefine our experience at Jordan School District, I don't even know that I need to answer. But my question is, what is it that having a company come in offers that would make this a superior experience to something that we could do in-house or for a different price tag? Though that's really the question that I need to understand. Like, we've done Lighthouse before and had focus groups in that format that seems like it has been more of an economical choice. I think we could bring in outside consultants. I think there are other options that would help us to have an objective experience interacting with our communities. And so my question is, what can we not do for ourselves that's being provided here? And that's a legitimate question, so please answer.
You want me to speak to that?
Please.
I believe expertise. We're paying for the fact that other companies, this other consultant group, has done this multiple times with multiple districts across the country. And they have seen and answered questions that have come up so many times. They already know how to handle those from stakeholders, from school groups, from, I don't think there's anything that they can't already anticipate, which is, I think, very important in terms of having somebody lead a process. You're right that we could definitely do this for much cheaper. The expertise I think we're paying for, as well as somebody else's time in facilitating it. There aren't a lot of people that exist currently with district expertise and knowledge that another outside company would have, that have the time to be able to lead various focus groups. And if board members wanted to lead focus groups, that's an option. At the same time, those are biased groups usually, because we're not getting the same information with the same types of questions that have routinely been asked over and over in multiple settings. And that's what an outside consultancy can bring that I don't think we have on our own. So the timeline that we shared, I think, could it happen? Yes. We already started that process, and we could see what kind of a lift it was going to be. And that was one of the reasons that we all said, this might be useful to look outside to find others who could keep us on track, who have the time to help us analyze, evaluate, conduct focus groups, to look at the data that we receive and use eyes that are objective to help us see our blind spots, and has the experience, the know-how, and the longevity of having done this to really look at those kinds of things. That's what we would be paying for.
I think that the district has needed, we've done a lot of really good things along the way, but I think we've needed a focus or a plan for an awfully long time, some direction, if you will. And I think having an independent outside agency such as this would not only give us direction, but I think consistency. And I think that's really valid. You start bringing in a lot of different groups or a lot of different perspectives, a lot of different opinions, and you don't keep the consistency that I think we need. So that's my opinion on it.
What was the minimum cost, and can we change categories as we're progressing through it? So if we say the light support, 175,000, so we're talking about what, 45,000? So if we started here, can we get into it and realize, you know what, we need more support and negotiate for more?
I believe that, as Kurt Prusy, you heard him talk about SOQ being a very flexible option. When you enter into a negotiation, we would need to negotiate probably at the get-go about what the cost is going to be, since I think there's always options to say, can we do more now? I don't think a company's going to turn us down. At the same time, I think they also have they have got a timeline that's set out for their people as well.
They've committed to other
and they've
projects.
committed to those other projects.
I would look at it from a construction standpoint, like a change order.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
You're not going to change the size of the building, but you might say, oh, you know what, as we look at this, maybe we need a little more cafeteria space. Can we expand that a little bit? The other thing that I think, and I think Carolyn described very well, the value. And again, it's if the board values this process, then I think the process works well with an outside perspective, so that we aren't dismissive of things because of who we already are, or that we don't gravitate toward things we already gravitate toward. They keep us out of our comfort zone, but they also, I think, in addition to paying for their time, we pay them to make better use of our time, because we don't want to go down a path and say, oh, that's not really leading anywhere, and we spend a lot of time on that, so maybe we need to backtrack. Whenever we're getting feedback from people, I want to use their time well. And I feel like someone who has done what Carolyn has described, done this with different organizations, they're going to know when something is productive and when something is less productive. Like, I'm not sure that we're getting where we need to go. Let's steer this back. so that when you're giving your time as a teacher or employee, student, parent, taxpayer, board member, that it feels like your time's being well used, because we have people who have done this before and know what they're doing. So it's their time, it's making the most of our time, and it's just moving us forward, and like I said, I think we can make adjustments along the way, but it would be difficult to say, oh, we went with the slim, what is it? What are the
Light.
the light, and now we want medium halfway through. I think we kind of have to decide that. But we could adjust along the way, like a change order, I think is what I would say.
Other thoughts or questions?
I have one question that cannot be answered tonight and shouldn't be answered tonight. I've spent a lot of time thinking about this, and I'm very, very interested in asking the question, what are we not doing that we should? How do we better prepare our graduates for success in this day and age? The only thing that worries me about putting at this stage, I'm not saying that this is a conversation we shouldn't have. Here's what worries me, and this was reinforced in the LEAC meeting. We hired what I believe is the most brilliant superintendent I've ever met in 2019. And we said, move this district forward. And he vividly said to this board, I know the levers I want to pull. And then COVID came and changed all of his plans. And for the last, I would guess, 2 or 3 years, he's simply been trying to recover from COVID. I would like to give the superintendent time to make the changes he intended to make before we start asking the question, what aren't we doing? I drew 2 Venn diagrams. My Venn diagram was, here are all the things we know we should be doing better. And then here are all the things we don't know we should be doing better. I am very excited to ask these questions, but only when he's had sufficient time to answer these questions. So I need the superintendent in a private email to me, without the public eye and without anyone misinterpreting what he might say, to tell me, I have had the time I needed to pull all the levers I wanted to pull. I have done what you hired me to do. Now, let's ask the questions, what are we not doing that we should? Until I feel like he has had time and resources to pull all those levers to get this direction, to get this district where he had a vision we wanted to go. I don't want to pile one more thing on top of him and say, hey, let's do better the things we don't even know we should be doing. I want to make sure we're doing well the things we know we should be doing. But then I very much want to answer the question, what are we not doing? When I met with the teachers at LEAC, one of the most shocking things that came of that meeting is how far backwards students fell during the pandemic. And they're not back to where they were. And I worry that this is a lot of effort to go a direction that we should go, but only after we have brought the district to where his vision wanted to go. That's my concern. I am more than happy to answer those questions. Where are we not producing, where are we not preparing our graduates for success in the real world? I love that question, and I want to answer that question, but only after we have asked the question, what do we know we need to be improved? I don't think he's fully implemented all of his reading program, that he had a vision. I want to see math scores improve. I want to dot the I's and cross the T's first, and then jump to the next hurdle. That would be my request. So I would request a private conversation with the superintendent to say, Bryce, I've pulled every lever. I feel like it's time to take the next step. But if he tells me I need more time, this is a great worthwhile project. I love where the board wants to go, but I need more time to do well what we are not doing well, and we know we need to do well. That would be my request.
Appreciate what you're saying. And as you're saying it, I'm trying to imagine myself as a superintendent composing that email. And I'm asking myself, at what point do I say, like, check, I am there, right? That is a hard thing to define. I don't know how you can say, we all know we're not where we want to be academically. We're not there. We have not peaked. But my question is, can we sharpen the saw? Are there ways that we can work smarter? And that's what I'm hoping we would gain from a process like this. Because just knowing Dr. Godfrey, the man that he is, the vision that he has, I don't know if he'll ever be done. Ever. So.
But he had a plan, and he never got to implement it.
It's true.
That's all I want to know, is are we where you wanted to be in 2023? He had a plan, very defined in his mind. And I don't want to add one more thing to him until we've given him the time and the resources that he needed to do this first.
But the real question is, will this help him get those plans in place, or make it more restrictive? That's the real question.
And he's the only one that
We're
can
all
answer
talking
that
about
for
you.
me.
Would you like to speak for yourself?
Well, and I'd hate to put him on the spot.
I was gonna say, do you want to speak now or respond later?
All of us.
But there's a lot of eyes watching right now that may misinterpret what he said. I was there in those meetings where he looked me in the eye and said, I know the levers I want to pull. I don't want to pile one more lever onto. I don't want to ask him to pull our lever until he's had a chance to pull the levers he wanted to pull. That's my concern. I feel like we're running faster than we should. And I would like to take a breath and answer that question first and then move forward.
I've had the same feelings that we're moving a little too fast. Something else, I have that exact question down that you just asked, Bryce. But before we even consider moving forward, I would like to document what we hope to accomplish with Portrait of a Graduate. What are we trying to do? What's the goal? And I'd like it to be something that's measurable, so that, and a time frame. After 3 years, after 5 years, has it done what we wanted it to do? I just think it's foolish to let's try this, and no one even really knows why we're doing it. Let's just see if it helps scores go up. Well, that wasn't the goal. We weren't trying to get math scores up with Portrait of a Graduate. Well, what were we trying to accomplish with it? Have we talked about that yet? Has that appeared in? Maybe we have and I just missed it. But have we talked about specific reasons why we want to do this, or is it just kind of a nebulous idea still?
We have talked about that.
That was in the presentation.
Quite a few times.
Okay. Well,
And I saw it in action at the school I represent.
Can someone tell me what the goal is or the goals are?
Math or for Portrait of the Graduate?
Portrait of a Graduate, yeah. What are we hoping to accomplish with it?
What are we not doing that we should? That's the question I want to answer. What are we not doing? Jobs have changed, so preparation needs to change. Skills have changed. So what skills are we not providing? What techniques are we not providing? What I don't doubt that we do well the things we do well, but the question this project is going to answer when we do tackle it is, what are our graduates not able to do that would make them more successful in the world in which they're going out to succeed?
Yeah, that's been the response a couple of times when I've asked, what does this do? And the response was kind of, it better prepares our graduates for the 21st century. What does that mean? Specifically,
Jobs of the 21st century.
what are some of the jobs of the 21st century that our students aren't getting right now?
That's what we have to ask.
That's what we're asking.
That's what this is going to answer. What are the jobs of the 21st century that our students aren't getting because there's a skill set we didn't help them provide to develop?
Research will say that 60% of the jobs that our kindergarten kids who start this year, 60% of the jobs that they will spend their life working in have not been created yet. It also say that they will change careers at least 5 times. That's what research is saying. Where our parents usually grabbed an employer and worked with them their whole career. And so to be more movable and to have, it's a different thought process of being more creative. And, that's where I love the math curriculum, because it didn't teach them sit at your desk and figure out this problem. It taught them, it's teaching them how to use their hands, their neighbors in solving things, which will be more and more important as they go into these new types of jobs. So, I can give you a bunch of stuff to read if you're interested, but that's just the research. And again, researchers are not always right, but I highly trust these.
And I want to know what our community values. Yeah. And will going through this process increase our test scores? Right now that's what we measure. We measure test scores. Well, what if that's not even what the community values? What if we have a whole list of what they want to see coming out of a graduate? I can't measure that yet because I don't know what that is. I want to know what our community values. I think as a board, we've been pretty reactionary the past couple of years. I think we govern by email. We get a few emails from people, and now let's meet and solve that problem. And I want to be proactive in going out to our whole community, all of our stakeholders, and finding out what they value and what's important to them.
That's going to be a broad range of values, right? That's what I would expect. One to this spectrum to the other. So how do you...
Narrow.
That's why you need a company to help you.
Get a company to help us be objective and
Maybe
unbiased.
a very, very small range.
What other questions or information do people need? We're under no time frame to make this decision.
I had a question. It was with the slide that had the time frame. It seemed like it might have been this one no. It was one that said how many people were in each group. Was there a slide like that? And the teams. And so I know that a big team or a big committee, it can make it difficult, but one of them seemed very small to me, with 6 people or something. Or how many people was it from the community?
The smallest team on here is the project team, which is recommended at 4, but that's simply to help direct the rest of the teams.
So what was it the advisor, or was it the steering team? Which team was the one that was made up of stakeholders, of different
The steering
members of the
team
community?
is recommended at no more than 15 people, but if that could be, it says represent multiple stakeholders, parents, community leaders, school leaders, district staff, teachers, board member could also be on that team. The planning team was about 25 to 30 people.
Okay, actually, I don't know what I was thinking. Those seem like good size teams. Thank you.
Mhm.
Just because she's asking the questions. So on the project team, is that indicating that's mostly the company that we hire? Or
No, that would probably be, it says, no more than 4 people, including organizational leader. They're just setting up kind of the who reports to whom, how do we kind of move forward with this? It's more of the logistics behind the other teams, from what I understand. You can see there on that slide, it talks about, the project team is responsible for selecting members of the steering team. The steering team is responsible for selecting members of the design planning team. It's just a small group of people who potentially start the ball in motion.
It's just really important to me that we have someone from our district on every one of those teams.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely.
I would prefer not to have that all be whatever company we hire.
Oh, yeah, no,
Yeah,
that's.
we have someone in mind
Yeah.
to be in all those meetings.
Yeah.
And I think that, I think you're right. We need someone that's consistently a part of those meetings throughout. And this is a process, to Tracy's point, this is a process of going out and actively seeking very intentional groups of an intentionally formed group of people to get feedback on very specific questions, as opposed to waiting to see what we hear from folks, or sending out a survey that doesn't have a discussion component.
Okay, so I'm gonna propose we take more time to consider. I did send some documents out from another district who had gone through this process with, if you want to meet with anyone from other districts, I know people would be happy to talk to us. Is everyone, the majority are wanting to move forward and at least continue considering this, is that correct? Or is there a majority wants it off the table? Okay.
I'm okay to leave it on the table. I don't want to force it. If we try to force it, it's not going to work. I do think that we can begin some of the skeleton work with or without this company. And so I think I would be very in favor of at least starting to do something.
If we don't move forward with
yeah,
the cut.
if we force implement this, it's not going to work.
What do you mean by force implement?
Like 4-3 vote, so 3 board members are adamantly against it, and 4 are
So you mean
for it.
Like
and
at least 6
it'd
people?
be unanimous,
vote.
but questions and timing are very important that we get those resolved for you. I don't think we're all at the same place, and we need to be close, at least going in the right direction. And so to give more time for that, I'm very much in favor of that. We shouldn't rush through it.
Can I just say, if I do end up opposing this and the board passes it, whether it's 6-1, 5-2, whatever, I will dedicate my time to it. I will give it all I have, even though I don't want you to think that I'm going to be a thorn in the side the whole way through. If it passes, I'll
I love your
help.
questions, because those are questions that I've had to wrestle with in the past, many of them, and so I think your questions are awesome. So keep asking them, but I do think we need to, when we get to that point, whenever we get to that point, we need to make sure we're all behind it.
And I agree. I think the questions are good and important. It's given me pause, and I think it should.
Yeah.
I think we do need to take our time figuring this out. Okay. I think that's everything for now, but we'll discuss it again.
Will we all get CC'd on your email? I'm just wondering if I need to request my own.
That's my email and my email alone.
knowing
You can
Dr.
request your own,
Godfrey,
but I don't want him. I want him to answer my questions.
Just BCC me then.
but knowing him, it's probably a phone call because he works
And I anticipate a
often
phone
works
call.
more over the phone.
It's usually walking his dog. He thinks best that way.
I need to take. Anthony is brilliant when you put him in front of an audience, especially when you put him in front of the entire public. but Anthony is best when he can let me talk to you between the two of us without all the eyes watching. And that's what I need. I need an Anthony Bryce conversation, and then I will champion it with every ounce of strength that I have.
Okay. If anyone else needs that conversation, you know his number. Thank you.
I'll talk with each of you, of course. Wouldn't be any, and for those listening, I don't think you'd be surprised at any of what the conversation would involve. It's not, it's just, I don't know, it's just a lot of time and care for the people, a lot of time spent in Jordan and a lot of care for the people in the district. Just things I'd love to see happen.
Yep.
That's all.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. We will move on to, oh yes, stay right where you're at. We'll move on to our next agenda item, which is policy AA 440, library media selection and review. Just to recap, that policy was updated last August after HB 374 passed the legislature, and then USBE came out with a model policy, and then we updated our policy. And at the time of that update, we had several debates about things, decided it was at a place where we were all comfortable with it, and we moved forward with the policy, but we did discuss reviewing it after a year of seeing how the policy works. So we're at the end of a school year, and we put this on the agenda to find out if board members, to do our review and to find out if there's things that the board members would like to change about that policy. It's on the agenda now, just timing wise. We passed it in August of last year.
I thought it was later.
Oh, that's true. It was fall, huh?
I think we started talking about it in August, and wasn't it in the was it in October maybe?
It says revision 8/23/2022.
It was August.
Your modified motion was to adopt what had already been approved for that school year. So I know they had made plans and the school year had started. So it must have been somewhere around the beginning of school.
And we put this on the agenda for today. I don't want to wait till summer, because things on our agenda in the summer, in the past, people feel like that's not a very transparent time to discuss important policies, because people are not paying as much attention off on summer break. So I just wanted to put this on before the school year ended, to find out if there are things as a board that you want to consider changing to this policy, or if you have any suggestions moving forward on what we need to do to review this policy.
I have a couple things. So one thing is in D1, I'm wondering about putting a provision or something that says who has read the entire book, unless it's a student, I guess. I don't know. And then also another thing on the materials review request form, when it says, was your child assigned to read this material, question 2, if it's for media center or library materials, I don't know if that's a necessary question, or I don't think students are usually, I don't know.
Where was that again?
So there's a link to it in D3.
Oh, the form.
The form.
Okay.
And also I think it would be helpful to, because the policy says that the book may be challenged only by a parent of a student that attends the school, a student who attends the school, or an employee of the school. I think that putting a place on the form how you're related to the school where you are requesting the review.
Okay,
Like it-
so you're
Are you asking to change the policy or to change the form?
So the form, but then a small change, like just something to the policy is possibly, and I'm not going to die on this hill, to use a metaphor.
It's done for metaphor.
But I think where is it? So in D1, where it says all library materials review requests may only be made by a parent of a student that attends the school, B, a student who attends the school, or C, an employee of the school. I'm thinking that like adding something that says that has read this book in its entirety. And then if that,
In order to challenge it, you have to say you have read the whole
yeah,
book.
you've read the whole book, and it's on the form. And then if that was changed, then on the form we wouldn't need well, I guess we could still leave the question or the number 3. I've read this book or material in its entirety. So for the form, 2 things: the relationship of the person requesting the review to the school where they are requesting the review. And also removing question 2, was your child assigned to read this material? Because it's a library, like a media center materials request form. It's not the literature review. That's like AA 424. So this is just for the library or the media center.
Can I back up just a little bit? Because I think the first question that needs to be asked is, does this board want to review this policy? And that's got to be answered first. And then the second one is, how do we want to review the policy? Do we form an ad hoc committee again? Does this need major revisions or tweets? And we're kind of in a horrible time right now because if we do it during the summer and pass it during the summer, people think that we're trying to do it kind of in a vacuum. If we wait till the fall, when more people are paying attention, then we aren't listening to our patrons. And so, but I don't think just throwing out a few ideas to change it is the right thing in my estimation. I think that this should be reviewed. I think there should be a process of gathering information. And for heaven's sakes, I need those people that are coming to me that don't like this policy to actually read the policy and tell me what changes that they need to make. I've received a ton of messages from teachers and other patrons about their fear of us making this more restrictive. And I just remind you that this policy is a state law. All we're really changing, if we make any changes, is our process of abiding by that law. But I think the first question does need to be asked is, are we interested in opening it up?
Let me propose a process. Let's hear from board members is if you're interested in making changes and what areas that you think might need to be considered. And so Lisa brought forward a couple areas that she thinks there could be changes. Let's not debate the merits right now. Let's just hear what people's concerns
and
are.
honestly, my main thing is with the appeal request form and with the review request form, I just think it would be nice for people to put their relationship to the school where they are requesting the review. And that's my main thing, but I'm not even going to die on that hill.
I would support you on those are the kind of changes I think we need to make as process changes.
Okay. Anyone else? Other
I think
changes should be
there's some
considered.
potential legal problems with our policy. Potential, I say, because from the research I've done and from the people I've talked to, it sounds like current state law is a little ambiguous right now on this topic. There's a particular law, 1227, that stipulates if a book has any of these 3 or 4 things in it, it doesn't matter what other, it's not a subjective review anymore. If it has this, or this in the book, then it's pulled. It doesn't matter if the good outweighs the bad or anything else. So there is a law on the books that says that. At least that's one interpretation by the Attorney General's office here in Utah. And then there are other laws that say taken as a whole. And so that's one reason I would like to take a look at it, because of potential legal issues that were out of compliance with state law.
Your concern is making sure it aligns with state law.
Yes. And personally, I like the law, so I'm motivated to be in line with it. Yeah.
Me too.
Okay, anyone else?
And I like the policy. And
You just have minor tweaks. You want to make sure it's aligned with the law.
So I'm not interested in reinventing our policy, but there are some areas that I have questions. So a few of those are, I am concerned with the idea that a school level committee might contradict each other in the decision of the same book. So why then could we defend saying this book is appropriate at Bingham High School and inappropriate at Copper Hills? So I have a few ideas, but I don't really want to go down the path of how to fix them. I'm just going to point out the things that concern me. So that is something that I would like to see tweaked. Something else that I feel like is a little lacking is we have a good policy. These committees are formed, but I'm not sure that we're all working from the same rubric. So when I review this material, it's pretty clear in Utah State Code, there are direct items that we should be watching for. I would like to see those items on a rubric. Did you see occurrences of A, B, C, and D? And if so, how many times? And then I'd like to ask the question, when viewed as a whole, was there literary merit to this piece of work? I just would like to I think we allude to all of these things in our policy already, but I'd like to see every committee working from the same document, and I'd like to see it broken down pretty clearly. So that's something that I would like to see happen, and I'm still a little bit uncomfortable with limiting the number of challenges that a constituent can make. I love the idea that I hope that the person who is requesting a challenge has a vested interest at the school. I'm okay with that limiting factor. I'm just still on a little bit discomfort line on that. Are we potentially limiting something?
So changing it to unlimited challenges per.
Well, I think the question is, maybe up to 5 challenges with an appeal process or something like that. Is there a reason that you need to challenge the next book? And then for me, I don't know that it's a deal breaker to say, did you read it all the way through before you submit this challenge? I don't know that is necessary in my heart. That's not to say that everybody feels that way.
Then how would you count all the times that a certain thing
I think
occurs?
a book review committee absolutely must read the book
Okay.
in its entirety.
All right.
Every member of that committee. But those are people who are putting themselves out to review a book, and I could see myself coming across a passage of a book and saying, whoa, I'm done with this book. And I wouldn't want to keep reading.
Okay, so your questions are on 2 school committees with contradicting opinions, and whether or not our committees, or what our clear expectations are for committees, if they're working off of the same expectations or and limit to number of challenges.
Yep.
Okay, anyone else?
I came into this thinking, we need to look at this again. I really felt strongly about that, and still maybe have feelings toward that side. But then I heard from a lot of other people who have the differing viewpoint and made a lot of really good arguments for leaving it alone. We've already done it. We've already got it in place. You know, it works. Why change it? So I'm kind of on the fence. I'm not really sure what we ought to do. Sorry. I'm not sure.
I'm comfortable with the policy. I put a lot of time into writing it or reviewing it when we wrote it. I'm very comfortable with what it states. I'm also comfortable with re-examining any policy. I have no problem looking at any policy. My only concern is, has we given it enough time? Have we given this policy enough time to know its weaknesses and flaws and strengths? And I don't think we have. I would like to give this current policy a little bit more time and then allow the time to show us where the weaknesses of the policy are. I worry that we're reacting to the policy. We're not intelligently making decisions based on what we've seen are weaknesses in the policy. And I'd like the emotion to calm down so that we can view this objectively and write the best policy possible. So my concern is, I'd like to give it a little bit more time as it's written, and then let's see where the weaknesses are and let's fix them.
So like another
Year.
school year?
I'd like to see another school year before we really start. I don't want to send the message that we write policies, and if you don't like them, complain loud enough, and we'll constantly be in this cycle of rewriting policies. We need to be able to give some, you can trust that this is going to be the policy until a very good reason to change it comes up. Rather than, boy, a lot of people are upset, there's a lot of emotion, the emotions are very high, so let's rush and redo it and ruffle a lot of feathers at the time that we're looking at this, rather than saying, what we've written is a good policy and it needs time to show us its goodness or its weakness, and then we'll address it. That would be my request. Is I'm more than happy to look at any, I live for rewriting policies. Policy writing is the prerogative of this board, the responsibility and the prerogative of this board. But I think it's also wise to say, let's give it some time before we panic.
When I voted for this, I clearly stated that this is a policy that needs to come back. And I agree with Mr. Dunford, most policies shouldn't come back every year. But I thought, to be quite honest, I was surprised that further legislation didn't pass in this last session, because I thought it would, and we'd be right here looking at it again, and probably will next year. Because this is a new law, and people need to understand that we pull a big risk when we try to make a policy, especially on a controversial issue like this, without a law that we can follow. So, and by the way, I appreciate this law. I do not want pornography in our schools, and it's offensive to me when people allude that I do. And it angers me because I do not want it. I think that I would like to look at this. I would love. I was told by the bill's sponsor that, number one, I have authority to go pull the books off my shelf myself. I do not. We do not have enforcement ability. No more than a mayor or city council can write a ticket or close down a business. There's a process you always have to go through. And that's a very safe thing for our society, is not to give people too much control. I love our process. I wanted a one district review committee and didn't realize that there's no appeal. I actually love it when one school says yes and another school says no, because that gives us some time to look at our rubrics, look at the different ways of people judging. I think exactly what Brian said. There is some black and white. There's some books that you could just look at and that should be off immediately. But the tough thing is the gray area and the different judgments for that. You know, even the TV ratings one person brought up to me, and like I've gone to movies that were rated, and I thought they were going to be okay, and I took my mom, and they were not. You know what I mean? And so those are just kind of a little bit subjective to find where that law line is and whether or not they've been applied. I hope that there's some future law that would review the books coming in instead of having us challenge it. But we are where we are. I would like to see books pulled off immediately when they're challenged. They could still be checked out, but they would have to be checked out by a parent permission. I know some schools kind of do that, and we also check the books out for the review committee to read them. And so I would also love to know how many times these books have been checked out, because I don't know that these books are highly read. And I sometimes wonder if kids are listening to our adult conversations about these books saying, I got to go read that book at the public library, which, by the way, they're all available. And then I would just love to see a little bit more transparency, at least so I know what books have been challenged, what books, I don't even know the number of books we've taken off or what we've kept on. I'm out of the loop on that. I would love to have more transparency of that. And that's kind of where I am. But I didn't pass this thinking it was a perfect law, because I think it's going to take some time to get there. I do think number of challenges and all that in the future are probably not going to matter, because we're going to be more careful on what comes in. But should anyone wonder, I, for one, do not want pornography in our schools. I don't think it's appropriate, and I really appreciate this law, and we're trying our very hardest to apply to it. I will say one more thing. I asked the bill sponsor, tell me the districts that are doing a great job, and he shared two, and I won't share them. But I looked at their policies, and I looked at the controversies in their districts, and their policies are very similar to ours. And the controversies that they have are very similar to ours. If there is a district that's doing this right, I want to know. I want to lead out on this. But I do think the division that some of these issues are creating in our community are dividing us. And somehow we need to bring our community together. And I would just, anybody who has issues on this, come talk to me. I want to do the right thing, but I just want peace in our community. And issues like this are tearing us apart. And I'm tired of seeing our community be torn apart, especially our educators, who we hang the future of our lives, of our kids on. And it's just not right. We need to work together. So I'm okay with opening this up again and getting it right.
Okay, so I think there's enough people that want to move ahead with a review right now. So my next question is, process. Do we have a future agenda item where we go over specific changes to that? Do you want a committee to work on it? Do you want staff to address some of our changes? We'd have to be more specific, though, if we went down that path. Does anyone have a recommendation? No.
Policy generation is very difficult for 7 board members to do. Policy review is different, but policy generation, every time 7 of us have tried to generate a policy or generate changes to a policy, it takes a lot of our time. I would recommend us ad hoc committee tackle the changes that people are interested in and bring a proposed revision to the board, and then we can review and suggest changes. That's what we're good at and we're quick at. Generation is difficult in a board meeting.
I'm open to an ad hoc committee. I do think that we would be silly not to rely on the expertise of our staff. Like, if we can generate a good list of questions or concerns, I'd love to hear them take a stab at it, maybe inside of an ad hoc committee, but I think that they have expertise that we should not take for granted.
Our last ad hoc committee had the superintendent and associate superintendent and many other staff members contributing to it.
And I didn't mean to say I don't want an ad hoc. I was just saying, let's use both.
Is everyone comfortable forming an ad hoc committee to discuss specific policy changes and bring them to the board?
I'm supportive.
Okay.
My preference would be to wait.
Let's,
My preference would be to wait also, but if it's going to happen, I'll support that.
so wait a year. Okay, anybody else?
I support
Timeframe.
waiting a summer. Like, I think the ad hoc committee can get into place and start working on things, but I don't want to make any bold changes until people are paying attention to the issues again.
So to clarify, so the ad hoc committee, it's to review, just to see if there should be changes made, not necessarily to make broad sweeping changes, but it's a review committee, right?
It would bring,
Their role is to study each of the questions that were raised in this meeting.
And bring proposals,
Yeah.
proposed changes to the, to the board.
Propose changes, or maybe they say, we talked about this, we don't feel like it's a concern. Maybe I'm the only one who feels like we should not have a hard cap. I'm okay with that as long as we talk about it again.
And if an ad hoc committee brings recommendations, we don't have to accept them
Right.
as a board. We still, as a whole board, need to discuss and decide.
We rarely have.
and it's rarely one meeting.
Okay, so timing, wait a year.
Wait at
Ad
least the
hoc
summer. I'm okay with some changes in
meet,
the fall.
but don't start bringing changes till the fall. Anyone else?
Like to see an ad hoc committee start talking, but I don't think we should make any decisions until fall.
I like that too.
So we can have some reports back, but longer time frame, fall. Okay. Okay, we will discuss in executive committee who that ad hoc committee should be. If you want to be on it, please let me know. Okay, thank you. And I've taken good notes, but we'll get this list and send it out to everyone too, to make sure we're all on the same page as to what the ad hoc committee is going to be discussing.
Before we leave that, it's really helpful and nice to see the challenges report on board docs. Is it possible to have schools listed there on that document?
Sure.
Thanks.
We have a few, we have a few additional books under review. So how about if we send an updated one in a couple of weeks that includes schools and the latest challenges? Does that work?
Yep. Thank you.
That good with everybody?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you. Our next agenda item is a LEAC follow-up. And we've all referenced that last LEAC meeting multiple times in our last two meetings. I think it was really insightful and informative for all of us to have that. But Mr. Dunford.
I sent out 2 assignments at the board's direction. I sent out 2 assignments to LEAC members to ask their faculty, get some feedback from their faculty. And the 2 questions were, given the superintendent's and this board's plan to take things off the plates of teachers, and what we did to, the plan that was implemented at the beginning of the school year, what were the home runs? What were the best parts of that? What were your observations? Anything you'd like us to know? I was very clear not to say, let's not criticize the plan as much as here's what got to the end of the row and here's what is still coming. And then the second question is, given the burden that falls upon teachers when support staff are understaffed and we have unfilled positions, what are some of your ideas to either deal with or fill these unfilled vacancies? And I'm grateful that all 7 board members were there. And I divvied up the group into 7 and sent you off and gave you the assignment to not talk but to listen. And I was so pleased watching you sit and listen to them speak. It did my heart good to watch teachers talking to a board member. So what I would like to ask on this agenda item is, there are certain items that you were told that really do belong in negotiations, which is a closed session item, because there are significant dollar amounts and items that need to be negotiated. I would ask you not to mention them, but what was the best? What was the most insightful? What was your aha moment or moments from your LEAC meeting? Daryl?
There's a lot of positives, and I'll just tell you, I had a really good group, and they recognize things that LEAC's done and administration has done, and they've said a lot of really good things. I think there is some confusion with many of them with, like, our psychologists. They haven't had them long enough, or they don't have them. I had elementary school. So some of the things that we've done, the vice principals, they absolutely love that we did that has been such a help, and it's trickled down to really them getting the need that they need. The one takeaway that I was really shocked, because I felt this way, but I never heard teachers voice it quite this strong, but we do way too much testing. And they are spending all of their time either preparing for a test or giving a test, and they don't have time to teach. This comes back to, I think, portrait of graduate, is we need to somehow shift and find out what test we're giving, because we've always done it, and is there one that can take care of 2 tests? And I'm not expert enough to know, but that was a takeaway, because I've always felt that way, but I've never heard a group of educators be so strong with that. And it might just be the elementary level.
Were you elementary?
I was elementary. Okay. And so that's the big takeaway, but a lot of really, really good stuff that they talked about.
I've got a top 3, but I have like 2 full pages of notes. I mean, it really was.
Me too.
I mean, so I hate to boil it down to top 3, because I heard lots of great things. But I think my top 3 aha moments, first of all, is, boy, it really boils down to the principal in a school. That is such an important role. There was, it just, when teachers would start talking and, someone had an issue with something and someone else is like, well, but we do it this way at my school. And so we do have a lot of flexibility and a lot of differences kind of between schools, responding to the needs, which is a lot of pressure on our principals. But really, that's what a lot of things really came down to, is how principals handle things. The biggest issue, I think, leading to teacher morale that I got out of it is behavior problems. And I'm just hearing from so many teachers, and even some veteran teachers, some very, very good teachers that have excellent classroom management skills and really feel like they know what they're doing, and they're saying, until this year. And something's happened this year. For 20 years, I've had excellent classroom management skills, and this year is different. And just that's the biggest contributor to low morale, is just behavior problems with kids. And that's hard as a board. I don't know how to fix that. But being able to provide support to our teachers who are having to deal with severe behavior problems is something that we can discuss. And then the third thing is, and I had elementary level, clarity and help surrounding standards-based grading and our rollout for that we might need to provide some more support and help for teachers on that, or clarity on that. That was my top 3.
No, I want to start by saying ditto. But I thought that some interesting things that came up when we discussed ESPs were that we need to be careful in pulling people into different roles, because it's making it difficult for our teachers to feel like they can rely on the supports that are available at their school when they're constantly being moved to different positions. So for example, this isn't really an ESP one, but they talked about how they feel that all of the instructional coaches are now spending so much time in walk to read support that they're not getting the coaching that they want. Or that when you want to rely on having some help in your classroom, but those aides are constantly being pulled into sub or to do other responsibilities in the building, they don't really feel the benefit of those roles anymore in their classrooms. So I thought that was important. I was just bombarded with what a high value price tag they place on LEAC. They want to meet. They loved this setting. Being able to be in small groups and feeling like they had a voice was really powerful for them. And then they love having the assistant principal and the counselor. The schools that don't have counselors yet begged for them. They said it has changed everything, and that those keep going there. They're thrilled with that. So those were my huge takeaways. And then I will say that standards-based grading came up a lot in my group as well.
My turn. Okay, I had secondary. Great group. I just listened. I concur with what has been said as far as a principal. It does make a huge difference in, the morale and the feeling in the school. The biggest thing that came in my group, and they were brutally honest about it, and I appreciated it, was they didn't feel like what had been done had taken anything off their plates. They didn't feel like it had done anything for them on the secondary level. In fact, one teacher said, Bryce said this big thing was launched. She said, I had no knowledge that this big accommodation was launched. It has not affected me. So nothing has been taken off their plate. The third thing was they would like to see Fridays revamped, especially on the secondary level. They don't feel like it's being productive. And the last thing on the ESP was they said they were willing to clean their own room with compensation. And that would be an option that get the room clean.
What did they mean by Friday revamped?
On the secondary level, the students have the option to come in. Some of them saw very few students. Others had, a classroom full of students who wanted to be caught up in one day, and it just wasn't productive. That was the big thing.
I was sitting at a table with secondary teachers also. And as far as Friday revamp, some of these teachers expressed how during the 2020-2021 school year, they felt so productive having the time on Fridays and having, without students could come for remediation, and having all of their school or administrative meetings on a Friday, just different things like that. I don't know if that is what came up with Friday revamp. So as far as positive things with the change, not with the change, with the plan, with full-time hall monitors were a benefit. The teachers I spoke with or listened to saw a benefit to full-time hall monitors and counselors. And also with the interns, they felt like with the interns, it spread the students among, like it distributed the students among the administrators and made it easier for administrators to work with students. And also the interns brought some good ideas to their schools. They had questions about what is other in the category of other. What does that money go to? Oh, and one more thing. They wanted more equitable distribution of the administrative interns. So people had questions about the other category. And I didn't look at the plan specifically, but I'm assuming there's a category of other. That anyway. And a big thing, like I think Ms. Murray mentioned, was behavior. And there was a lot of talk about this, and some teachers would like just very clear either district policies or school policies with very clear consequences and expectations, and that they would prefer training to motivational speakers at the beginning of the school year, as far as that. And then as far as behavior also, they were talking about a huge overhaul is needed, and that we should be willing to watch graduation level, like rates, go down in an effort to get behaviors under control, if that makes any sense. That there's just to be very firm about behavior. And anyway, I really enjoyed listening to these teachers, and I have more things, but I can probably bring them in a different kind of setting.
I was thinking the school district is viewed from several different perspectives. As a board member, I see the school district a certain way, as the administrators, students, parents, teachers. They all have their own perspective on what it means to be part of Jordan School District. I hadn't seen the district from the perspective of a teacher before. And it was very beneficial for me to be there and just listen. So I'm glad it worked out, because it was originally scheduled when I was going to be gone, I think, and it got pushed further into the month. So from a personal standpoint, it was very good for me to be there and listen to the perspective of teachers. And I heard a lot of the same things that have already been mentioned. There was quite a big concern among the elementary teachers that I was with about behavior problems, and that it's sidetracking them. They're not prepared. They're not trained. They don't necessarily want to be trained. They just want to do what they're supposed to be doing, and they're not able to, because they have at least one student every year, every other year, who needs special attention. I had a mixed bag. Some of the teachers said that they had the additional resources that they'd been promised, the counselors, the psychologists, the assistant principals, the instructional coaches, and some didn't have those. And it caused a little bit of grief, because I think one teacher said, yeah, we have all these positions filled in our school. The other teacher says, we don't have any of them filled in our school. But apparently where they have been hired, it's appreciated, and it's working well. It's offloading the things that the teachers aren't trained to be doing. They said bring back diagnostic kindergarten. I don't remember. They told me what that meant, but I don't remember now what it meant. But they told me to put a star by that one. Let's see. Another one they told me to put a star by was teachers want anonymous way to provide feedback on principals. I guess it speaks to the point that principals are key. And I guess there's some teachers who don't know how to provide feedback anonymously. Is there a way to do that right now?
There is.
Okay.
Yeah.
So-
Well, there are several ways to do that. One of them is the climate survey. One of them is the sos.jordandistrict.org portal that allows feedback directly to me that's not only anonymous, but it allows me to respond and for us to correspond with each other.
Okay.
And I know there were teachers in other groups that expressed appreciation for that process, to be able to give that feedback and hear a response from me. So we promote it every year. We'll continue to promote it, but there is a
way to do
a
that.
method for doing that I put in place when I started. But I don't expect everyone to have that top of mind, so that's a good
Yeah.
reminder to put that out there again.
Okay. Let's see. There were mixed feelings on the Walk to Read program. Some said that in the upper grades, 4 through 6, it isn't very effective. There was some feedback that K through 3, it's killing the love of reading. Kids don't know phonics and other reading skills, learn through the use of journeys that we need phonics. And I don't remember what all this stuff means. I'm just kind of regurgitating some of my notes here, but I'll just share it. Admin interns, they didn't think there was much benefit to the teachers on that one. Some teachers aren't sure how to utilize the instructional coach. So maybe again, a little more training. The transfer fare, there was some concern that it was, or a request that it be later in the year, so teachers know if they need to go. Yeah, that's probably a good overview of some of the comments I heard.
I had secondary. The biggest surprise for me was how appreciative they are for the hall monitors. They just kept saying that was the biggest, oh, thank you for the hall monitors. That was absolutely brilliant to increase the number of hall monitors. They just kept saying, if you could do more, send more. And secondly, that was a big aha moment. They just simply said the biggest obstacle to my success right now is the poor behavior of students. Something happened in the pandemic and students forgot how to be students. And they are undisciplined, and it is just causing more anxiety and more stress for teachers than anything else. So they just said, look, we're grateful for the behavioral specialists, but we need 1,000 more resources for behavioral improvement. And the third thing, they started dancing around it, and okay, we got to talk about the elephant sitting right in front of us. And they didn't want to, but they did want to. And I said, when it came to ESPs, I said, how do we talk about compensating teachers for doing the work of ESPs without offending them or their whole, profession? And it got a little awkward, and I just didn't get an answer. But that is the issue. Several of them expressed a desire. I would be more than happy to fill one of those positions for compensation. But then when we started talking about that, it's like, whoa, we can't talk about that. We can't even offer that as an opportunity without somehow demeaning teaching. And so once again, that's the elephant that's sitting in the room.
Didn't we do that with bus duty?
And I said, like bus duty? And they said, yes. Just like that. You know, offer compensation for doing some of the tasks of those unfilled positions. And there's some teachers that would love that opportunity. But then again, when word gets out that teachers are sweeping floors to earn a little bit more money, how do you deal with that optic?
Who gets upset when that happens?
It just looks bad.
I just feel like we're not treating them like professionals.
But the people who are sweeping are like they want to do it.
Yeah. And
So
there's
who-
the dilemma. Is there are teachers who would love to do those types of things for compensation, but how do we make it available without sending the message that, boy, we can't pay our teachers enough, so now we're paying them to sweep the floors?
Some teachers leave their job to go work at another job because we don't pay them enough when they could do that and have one job.
Right. So I just kept pointing out, there's the elephant in the room. How do we address it? And no one had a good explanation on how to address it. But there is a level of interest in, boy, if you have money to pay someone to do that, how about me? I'll do it.
Let me drive the bus to
You know,
school.
I'll be happy to do it for compensation. But I know that's a very fine line as to how do we make those available in a dignified way. I don't know. But those were my three. So, thank you. Thank you, everyone. I thought that was a brilliant meeting. I'd like to get another one in, but given May, June is absolutely crazy, I just even backed off even asking them. So we will, I'll set the ball rolling at the end of the year so that we just start the school year running. I do have a concern that the elections to be a LEAC representative are not being held the way we asked. And that's a little bit of a concern for me, but that's a subject we'll address another day.
Question, Bryce, on these reports. The worst thing that can happen is we have a next LEAC meeting or 2 or 3 LEAC meetings from now, and they say, whatever happened to those requests we made back in April? Has anything been done on them? I mean, how do we?
Let's put a hold on that until after negotiations, because a lot of the feedback that we're given have to do with our negotiations. And then afterwards we can, when that's approved, we can go back and say, we talked about this, we talked about this, we talked about that.
Negotiations in the budget process.
Yep.
We've done that in the past though. So like the next meeting might be taking some of these bullet points and saying, this is what we could do here, you know, and so that's kind of the process that you haven't seen yet is taking now their ideas and then flushing them through the system to see now what can we do? And here's 3 things we could do. What do you think? Which is the most important?
When we plan our next meeting, that's what we'll actually discuss. How do we report back what's been done since our last meeting?
That's been the first portion of the meeting. The next meeting is, okay, we talked about this. This is our progress. And
here's some things that
sometimes it
happen.
takes the year to address some of the
Not sure if other groups said the same, but my group definitely talked about how it would be helpful for them to receive kind of minutes from the meeting so that they can go back and feel like they can report to their groups on what happened from like a cohesive source.
Hard this time.
Hard for this one because it was a listening
This
session.
one's really hard, yeah.
But yeah,
I think they're
that's-
just talking
that's a good
about it in the
suggestion.
future.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
This was an atypical meeting then?
Atypical.
Okay.
Well, it's kind of
What a good one.
Everyone's atypical.
It's almost atypical though, because we usually have kind of like a brainstorming session, and then we bring it into
A
realistic. Like this is how maternity benefits and paternity benefits came, and PTO time changed. I mean, we've made a lot of changes with this committee, but it usually came with the brainstorming, and then
The one time we divvied up into
Realistic
groups, and
follows
every
up.
group was responsible to come up with their top 2 or 3, and then we gave every teacher 2 stickers to vote for theirs, so that we could see, boy, these were the top ideas that they voted on. That's how we've taken things to the next level.
Okay.
I do like this one. This was great because we've never had a time when the board all got involved at the same time.
It was similar to something we learned at NSBA, the idea of kind of like I think theirs was called Coffee with the Board, but just an informal opportunity to feel like they could speak candidly. I love that. I think we should build that in more often.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to board and superintendent reports and comments. Facilities. We've already
heard from
discussed
us
everything
today.
tonight. Okay, finance.
Nothing else. We will meet next week. Hopefully we'll,
Wednesday's good.
okay. We'll talk about hopefully a Wednesday meeting after this meeting's over.
Government relations.
Yeah, government relations. We've been meeting. We were able to have both a regular meeting and we met with Trent Stagg and Ken Ivory last week, 2 weeks ago. I don't remember. Last week. Some of the things that we're talking about right now in committee are, we're looking for things that maybe you wish that legislators would run in their sessions. We've noticed that we spend a lot of time talking about things that we wish they wouldn't run, and instead we'd like to say, here are some holes that maybe you could help us with. So if anyone has ideas on that front, please feel free to share. And then it's that time of year again where we're starting to discuss legislative priorities. So if you have input that you would like to give before we bring back our own ideas, please feel free to send that on over.
Thank you. Mr. Robinson, probably at meeting soon with negotiations. Okay, GIAC.
We don't have another meeting until June.
Okay. And JPAC. That's right, end of year. Okay, and LEAC we just heard from. JLC hasn't met. Jordan Education Foundation has their challenge run this Saturday. It is not too late to sign up. Great fundraiser for the foundation with all the money going directly to teacher grants. And the DJ for the event is none other than Dr. Anthony Godfrey.
Do you take requests?
Only from all of you.
He'll be.
Sunglasses at night? I'm not going if you don't.
I listened to it in the car yesterday. So the answer is yes. And never surrender. I added that to the end. Yeah.
The run is fun. The music's fun. There's a good festival afterwards.
It's a good time.
Yep, good time indeed. Okay, PTA.
No, we
We have
did not
anything?
meet since our last meeting.
Salt Lake Academy Board. Yeah, okay. Salt Lake County Parks and Rec.
Meet tomorrow.
High schools.
Oh, yes.
Always has stuff.
Oh, yes. I'm sending around an article that I just thought was really a good article. And it's on hazing. There's plenty there,
Oh.
yeah. Being vigilant about, as a leader in the district, against hazing. Good article that kind of brings that to light. And hazing is alive and well in all of our schools. And I really feel like we need to be aware and, like I say, be vigilant in making sure that those issues are taken care of. I won't go into anything further by any means, but it is alive and well, and we just need to be cognizant of that.
I wouldn't say it's well.
You know what I mean.
Okay.
No, it's not well. One other thing that I wanted you to be aware of is that there's a movement to make sure that boys can participate in state competition and drill team. A lot of the teams in the state already have boys on their teams that participate in half times and such. And the motion now is to have them be able to compete with the state drill. And so that's on the docket to be voted on in the next meeting probably. Also, just to make you aware, there's an eligibility rule for homeschoolers, online students, charter and private schools that are not members of Utah High School activities. Students have the choice to try out for teams at any school, and if they make it, their eligibility has been established at that school, just like, other students. And so that's something that we're going to keep a close eye on and make sure that, it's kind of a,
Don't make it, can they try it down at the school?
yes.
Oh.
Yes. I think that's the way it's going to go. I'll let you know. Okay? And then just to make you aware that all schedules, as far as state tournaments, region tournaments, all end of the year things are online, and you might want to take a look at that if you're interested in any specific sport like lacrosse or anything like that.
Mountain Ridge is gonna win back-to-back state champion.
There you go. And that's all for Utah high schools.
How about the election? How did that go?
Which election?
Didn't they get a 5A?
Oh, yes, Amber Shield. Amber Shield is the representative for 5A, yeah.
Okay, Utah School Boards Association, I have 3 things. August 25th and 26th is pre-delegate and delegate assembly. Everyone's invited. The 25th, Friday night's usually dinner and discussion. And then delegate assembly, we'll need 3 people to go, so we can decide that at a later date, but have those on your calendar. Also, within the next couple of weeks, they're going to be opening up or doing a call for classes for the January conference. So be thinking if there's a class you think we should teach or someone in our district should teach that we're really good at, let's be thinking about that and put in a proposal. But then also, if there's classes that you want, let me know, because being on the board of directors, I can have input into what classes we think would be beneficial. So give me feedback on both of those ideas. And then finally, Leadership Academy this year. USBA puts on a Leadership Academy. It's kind of like the January conference, but it's a little smaller and more intimate. It's September 7th through 9th at the Zermatt. And so there's space for boards to send 3 people. And it's board superintendents and business administrators are all invited, so that's like 9 of us, and we can choose 3. Although I'm on the committee for that, so I get an automatic spot, so we can not factor into that. Yeah, 3 others can go to that. And then there's also a wait list for it, and last year everyone on the wait list got in, so everyone that wanted to go got to go. So what we'll need to do is figure out as a board is first of all whether or not we're going to send someone. This is optional. We pay for it. If we send
When is it
someone,
again?
we pay for it. September 7th through 9th. So just,
What do they,
It's kind of like USBA.
okay.
yeah, on a smaller scale. Usually, not as many classes, but more focused ones, kind of more in-depth discussion
A golf tournament.
on things.
Golf tournament was awesome. Won $100 last year.
Oh, cool.
Or last time.
Not a marathon, just a
Oh, a fun run
fun run. Yeah.
Saturday morning.
You had to
yeah.
wake up early to go.
So think about that. And let me know if that's something that you're available and want to go to, and then we'll have to figure out how we decide who gets to go. I mean, some boards send their leadership team, some boards send their new members, some send people that haven't been before. There's different. We can figure out what our priorities are, but let me know.
Has been a limit? Is this new?
Yeah,
Hmm.
they just almost every year, everyone that wants to go can go. We'll just have to turn in, if we want to do it, turn in 3 names and who our alternates are. The alternates have always made it. So look at your schedules, think about that. That's all I have from USBA. Superintendent.
Lots of stuff going on right now. This week I'll be attending the state PTA convention, and will be inducted again Let me say that, it sounds like Hall of Fame, but I'm just inducted again as the administrator rep on that state board for another 2 years. So I'm excited to continue to do that. It's been a busy spring, so I haven't engaged with them as much as I'd like, but we'll get a chance to do that. The superintendents of rock are playing at lunchtime. And then at lunch, also we get a chance as superintendents they assign us each a room, and we have lunch with PTA members and leadership from our district. So I always look forward to that. It's a great exchange. I remember last year talking about some of the things that we were hoping to do, counselors and assistant principals and hall monitors and that. So it will be fun to report back on some of those things, and full day kindergarten and some other things that we talked about that are now happening. So I look forward to that PTA experience. They've been working hard all year to prepare for it. So I appreciate that opportunity and their work.
And I should mention I'll also be down at that PTA convention. Should be good. Okay, anything else? Oh, one more thing. The retirement dinner is next Tuesday. If you haven't RSVP'd yet, please do right away for that. And I think that's everything. Okay, can I get a motion to go into closed session for all of the above?
I move that we go into closed session for character and competence of individuals, personnel, property, potential litigation, negotiations, and security.
Well done. Oh, second.
Motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. Richards to go into closed session. Roll call vote. Mr. Robinson.
Yes.
Ms. George.
Yes.
Ms. Richards.
Yes.
Ms. Dean.
Yes.
Mr. Barnett.
Yes.
Mr. Dunford.
Yes.
I'm a yes. That motion passes unanimously, and we will go into closed session.
Mine. We still have other issues to
Guys need a
cover.
break.